Hello, welcome to tonight's stream of the Matrix Breakers Unfiltered podcast, episode 27. Now, before we get this show going, if anybody, you know, would like to join, please message me now. I will wait a couple seconds, and then we'll get her going. Remember to like, subscribe. It's free, you know. Um, yeah, I got a set of topics for you tonight. Just give me one sec. I apologize for running a little late tonight. My stomach is not doing too well tonight. I don't feel good, so I do apologize. I tried to go live as soon as that was weird. Said I lost my internet. Anyway, I tried to go live as soon as I possibly can. But hey, we're live now. Yeah. Also, went to the store real quick. Had to, I went to get gas, and then I kind of stopped at Walmart, got my cat some, those like fancy feast, like tins. I got him two of those, and then I got me some snacks, a little bit of snacks, and some coffee, like iced coffee. But without further ado, like I said, if anybody would wants to come live tonight, be on the show, I'll wait a sec. I just messaged Sir Dobby or Dobby. I think it's Dob 420. I'm not sure what his channel is off the top of my head. Karma's Corner. He's Dobby from Karma's Corner. See if he can come in. You guys do seem to like Dobby, so as we know him as the house elf. So I'm hoping we can get Sir Dobbs in here. Um, Also Matthew Williams, The Secret Vault. If you would like to come on my show again, you're more than welcome to. I don't really discriminate. Anyone come on my show, more than welcome to. I just ask that you show me your camera, and then if you don't want your camera, you can turn it off after. I just need to be able to see you, and then you can take off your camera. Also, when I play the videos, I'm going to ask that you mute your audio unless I swap over to my other computer because I'm running two computers on top of that. So I'll swap to my other computer. But what? We'll get this show going here in a sec. Any other content creators, hit me up. I'll put your show in my show and we'll advertise it, get you some subscribers. Because I am a firm believer, us creators, content creators, should help each other out. You know? So, yeah. But anyway, enough rambling. I'll get this here show going in a sec. I'm just mainly waiting on Dobby to see if he wants to. If not, it's not a big deal. Doesn't have to get, on the show. Alright. I figure waited long enough. Alright. I said episode 27 of the podcast tonight. First, Area 52 debriefed. The clearest pictures of a UFO ever taken. Bill Herman. And it's episode 71 of Debriefed. So, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and play that right now for you. Let me pull that up. Alright, here we go.
Me and my friend had gotten invited over to a friend's house, and it required that we use a vehicle. When we started to drive, my friend had started to feel tired, and so we had switched drivers. After we had switched drivers, everything went black for both me and her. We both believed that we were abducted. The reason for this is because after this blackout or whatever it was, we had woken up in a completely different town in the opposite direction of where we were heading. We were in her mother's vehicle, and we were parked in a car sales lot. So we ended up in a completely different town, complete opposite direction of where we're going. Didn't make it to our friend's house, as we found out later. I just remember waking up, not knowing what in the heck had just happened. My friend, she was laying back asleep still. And both of us, for some reason, had our seats all the way completely back. The vehicle was dead. We were both also so groggy. We had these crazy, massive headaches. When we got back, her mother had said that we just kind of looked at her, and she was angry because we had taken her car and not returned. And she said that she was yelling at us, and all we did was look at her with dead expressions on our face.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debriefed. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we are going to be starting a very special journey together. You see, recently there was an auction that I took part in that I kind of remained silent about because the contents of the auction were incredibly sensitive. They featured hundreds of original photos of flying saucers. They featured videos that have never been seen by the public, and they even featured a yearbook from the Roswell Air Force Base in 1947, all of which were seemingly previously destroyed, well, all except one in the Smithsonian and one more. Needless to say, I took part in this auction, and I've collected quite a few things, all in the name of science, in the name of disclosure, and in the name of digging through some really interesting stories. And we begin this journey by looking at some photos. The photos that will be featured today are the photos taken in 1980 by none other than William Herman, otherwise known as Bill Herman. And I have in my hand these photos for you now. In North Charleston, South Carolina, 4th of April, 1980, between 5:30 and 6 p.m., taken by William J. Herman. Now, this collection of photos on auction were from the collection of UFO researcher Chris Wyatt, and the photos were actually from Wendell Stevens, Colonel Wendell Stevens. Now, you might have heard that name before. He is indeed the author of many books that I've used as references or B-rolls or even, as today, read-throughs. He was an incredible researcher that put together just a compendium of UFO contact cases ranging anywhere from the mid-century all the way up into the late 80s. Well, Colonel Stevens had amassed an incredible photographic collection of UFOs given to him by witnesses from all around the world, all different parts of this planet. And folks, we've collected so many of them, and we are going to share them with you, one video at a time, as we run through this series of film photographs that were taken by witnesses. This is very exciting for me. These photos they might be of real alien craft. And when you hear the stories associated with these photos, you might find yourself also convinced of that fact. Leave a like, subscribe, and before we get into anything else, a quick word from today's sponsors. Most people think privacy is something you give up by accident, like you clicked on the wrong button or link or accepted the wrong cookie, signed up for the wrong thing. But the truth is, you don't opt in. It just happens. There's an entire industry built around quietly collecting pieces of who you are. Your name, your address, your habits, your interests, bundled together and sold in the background by companies called data brokers. You never see them. You never talk to them, but they know a lot about you. And that's why I use Incogni. They go after those brokers directly and force them to delete your personal data. Not just one company, dozens of them. And they handle all the legal requests and follow-ups that most people don't even know how to start. When you see the report of who had your information, it changes how you think about privacy. And this isn't about being paranoid. It's about taking back a little control in a system designed to strip it away. Go to incogni.com/area52 and use code area52 to get 60% off the annual plan. All right, folks, we paid the bills. Let's get into reading from UFO Contact from Reticulum. This is by Colonel Wendell Stevens, and the photos that we have today. I gotta be careful with these photos. I'm actually going to put these back here before I projectile, spit all over these and ruin them forever. These are incredible. Like, look at these. These might be real UFOs. I mean, they are real UFOs by the very definition, but they might be alien. Incredible. What's really interesting as well is that there have been sightings of these exact same craft. Now, I know a flying saucer is a flying saucer to many of you, but there are certain physical attributes that seem to at least look like they might belong to, the same vehicles seen by other witnesses, and all across the world, once again, but all ranging roughly in the same time period from the sort of 70s to the 80s, these types of flying saucers seem to crop up quite a bit. All right, so Colonel Wendell Stevens had a few books on the contact from reticulum case, which was Bill Herman's case, focused primarily on Bill's case. He originally put one out, and while he put this out, the investigation was actually ongoing. So this was something that was still happening. There were more witnesses, there were more sightings, and there were more photos to be released. And so what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be reading from the updated version of Contact from Reticulum, where there is more information regarding the contact with the beings that Bill Herman had, but also kind of summarizes everything that happened in the previous book. The book opens with a quote that says, "Man is now beginning to see himself as not alone in the universe, nor master of it, but merely as the local example of advanced life," by Dr. Hans Mark, NASA Ames Research Earth. I do want to begin this read-through by looking at the introduction because it does summarize a little bit of the first book here. The full accounts of the initial sightings of strange circular aircraft, shiny by day and radiant by night, operating in the skies of the neighborhood around North Charleston, South Carolina, and subsequent abductions aboard the same craft of William J. Herman of that city, were reported in detail in the original volume of UFO Contact from Reticulum published in 1981. The report was curtailed at the time and published in the midst of the contacts still going on. Bill Herman had become disenchanted with the then developing phenomenon for two main reasons: his Southern Baptist church and his wife, a devout Christian, thought that since these beings didn't seem to have a Jesus Christ, I don't know why I put emphasis on the Jesus there, these contacts must be the work of the devil, and they went to great lengths to persuade him to avoid the alien creatures and all their attempts at contact. Now, to many of you, this might ring eerily similar to the case of Chris Bledsoe, also Baptist, I believe. If not Baptist, no, not Baptist. He was, what was he? Pentecostal. Also just incredibly religious in North Carolina, and also religious part of the country. Faced some of the same backlash when he came out years ago through that MUFON documentary. His neighbors and friends began to shun and avoid him because of his strange accounts of these contacts that he was relating. He received very threatening telephone calls. The lug nuts on the wheels of his old automobile were deliberately loosened. His car was run off the road more than once and was finally smashed. His home was assaulted and finally burned to the ground. These were the acts of his fellow humans, not ET visitors. The alien extraterrestrial beings aboard the strange spacecraft told their witness/abductee, Bill Herman, that they came from a double sun system in the group stars that we call Reticulum. They even went so far as to say that our astronomers had identified these twin suns as Zeta 1 and Zeta 2 reticuli. If Reticulum or reticuli rings a bell, obviously this comes up quite a bit, not only with the story of Bob Lazar, Betty and Barney Hill, but also as recently as Sergeant First Class Jeremy Weeks that we had on the podcast and said sort of beware of those coming from Reticulum. Now, are those beings just psyoping us in some way? Who do we believe? I don't know. These extraterrestrials were highly intelligent and well-informed. They possessed marvelous instruments and devices aboard their ships and demonstrated unbelievably superior technologies. They performed feats of manifestation, apportation, and communications, and exhibited control of their ship in-flight demonstrations completely beyond anything we ever dreamed of. They returned again and again to that North Charleston area, and they opened several means of direct contact with the witness. In the middle of all this, Bill Herman was fired from his job because of the unwelcome attention he was getting, and he took a new job out of the local area. He began sharing rides to work with Tony Martin, and even then, his more than weekly sightings of the extraterrestrial flight demonstrations overhead continued, and Tony Martin became a witness also. And then Tony Martin seemed to come to the attention of the extraterrestrials himself. Well, folks, the plot thickens. Tony was a handsome intellectual black man married to his beautiful white wife, Melina. and they had a lovely baby at the time. This was strangely reminiscent of the well-known Barney and Betty Hill UFO abduction in New Hampshire in 1961, and these extraterrestrials even looked the same as those described by the Hills. But more important, these ETs told Bill Herman on one occasion, aboard their craft, that they'd made direct contact with a couple 18 years ago in another part of this land, which got too much attention to suit them. 18 years back from 1979 would have been, well, 1961. Melina began seeing the strangely luminous flying object over their home in Somerville and beyond the backyard there. It occasionally appeared and followed Tony in his car, just like it had been doing with Bill Herman, and then with Bill Herman and Tony Martin together. Tony began to observe it in flight when he was alone too, and later he learned to sense the ET presence in the vicinity. One time, a slender prismatic object of unusual material from the extraterrestrials was apported directly into his locked automobile parked in full view in front of the house. But these people were not the only ones seeing the unusual flying objects in the Charleston skies. Literally scores of local residents were reporting them, and this was happening quite frequently. Bill Herman snapped 4 sets of color photographs of 4 different versions of the ships used by the ETs. 3 of these sets of pictures were described and shown, 2 in color in the original book-length report on this case. What Bill Herman did not know, whose case was still unknown to this man, Dr. Carl Harper, also of North Charleston, had taken a series of color photographs of the same style craft as Bill Herman photographed in his first pictorial capture of the ET vehicle, and Dr. Harper snapped his pictures in the Ashley River Dorchester Road area too, the same vicinity as in many of Bill Herman's sightings. And Harper took his pictures about the same time as Herman's sightings of this type of craft were increasing in the area. The extraterrestrials began to transmit something in writing to Herman in a completely unknown symbol form. Sometimes it involved complex equations, diagrams, and also sketches equally unfamiliar to Bill Herman. At times, they would explain these communications as they were being transmitted, and at other times, they told him that he would be able to understand them at some time in the future, after the occurrence of a future event that would trigger his memory to previously inculcated data instilled in his subconscious by a device aboard the ET ship. Automatic writing. That's an interesting thing. Mostly just gibberish. Even some channelers, namely Angela Ford, who was here on the podcast, she would do this sort of automatic writing technique, but she wasn't writing anything. It was kind of just like more of a tool to help channel whatever entity or guide that she was channeling at the time. Seems a little strange. But again, this is a gentleman who was apparently a staunch sort of believer in Jesus and religion, and very much against the idea of aliens and flying saucers at the time. And then to go from that to communicating with alien beings, you would think that if you were trying to hoax something or gain attention in some matter, that you would perhaps do so in a way that seemed like you were getting messages from God or an angel or something like that, but not little beings in orange jumpsuits. So that part really stands out. And we'll get into the similarities between the beings that Bill had observed and the beings that Travis Walton had actually observed. And not only that, I did look for, maybe I'll find it, but I did look for Dr. Carl Harper's photos online. I couldn't seem to find them. There is a Carl Harper that is a MUFON investigator. I'm not sure if he's still around. But I had a hard time locating those photos, but I would love to see them, and maybe I'll splice them in if I do find them. Curiously, we've had many illegal intercepts of mail, private mail sent first class in the U.S. Postal Service, in this case, and one of these included a lengthy verbal description of a scientific device and some instructions and cautions for its use. The extraterrestrial communicators used the stilted universal words stored in their computer translator, which Bill Herman had now become familiar with and understood fairly well, to describe the steps and procedures. This was one of those intercepts, and it was, quote-unquote, lost in the mail for many days. Then finally, I received the missing letter in my mail delivery. It looked like it was addressed to William Herman, all right, but it had a wrong postmark date, was in the wrong sized envelope, and had 4 of the original 11 pages missing. They had been removed by somebody en route to me. There were also a number of red ink notations in the abbreviated jargon of intelligence analysts passing the material from one to another. Why it was sent on to me, I will never know. When I took a magnifying glass and examined the cover address, in blue ink with a ballpoint pen, typical of the one Bill Herman used, I could see that this address was not applied in a smooth flow as Bill wrote, but with many starts and stops, as if by tracing over a bright light. When I called Bill about this, he said that when it left his hand, there were 11 pages, another envelope of a different size, a different postmark date, no red marks on any part of it. Another intercepted letter contained a transcript of a discussion aboard the ET ship during yet another abduction of the system of propulsion, and went into detail on a future event and a mission for Bill Herman to carry out as their and Bahati on Earth. When this much-delayed letter arrived, it had United Nations postage stamps on the envelope, a New York postmark, a different date from the letter inside, and had one intelligence analyst's note in red ink to another who used blue ink, and I received the Xerox-copied analyst's copy instead of the original, as was usually the case. I wonder what those analysts thought when they discovered they had sent me the wrong copy with all their notes on it. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if we get to see some of those. The self-proclaimed reticulan occupants of these disc-shaped craft told Bill Herman that they had lost ships of theirs over our land many years ago. At first, they thought we had used a beam weapon on them in a hostile action, but when they observed the quote-unquote weapon still firing the beam in a continual sweep pattern day and night, they concluded that it was not an overtly hostile attack on them and decided against retaliation. Now, this is really interesting. If we think about radar systems and the way that they function, they are kind of continuously beaming. And that might be a way to bring down these crafts, according to the crash at Aztec. Even some speculate the crash at Roswell, coupled with perhaps the electric storm, might have been, for lack of a better term, the perfect storm in order to create some type of weapon to bring down these craft. And so, interestingly enough, what we're seeing here is, something that does align with modern UFO crash lore. There is, in fact, some evidence linking the crash of at least 3 circular disc-shaped spacecraft having occupants of a description similar of these ET reticulans in the Four Corners area of our West, where a high-energy area air traffic control radar was installed near Mount Telluride at the time, but was later decommissioned because it was too, quote-unquote, hot, and killed a number of animals in the vicinity. The reticulan extraterrestrials visiting Charleston told Bill Herman of a network to which they belonged, which included other extraterrestrials from other places, all carrying out operations, including Earth. And this is exactly what we see. Besides the hills, in New Hampshire long ago, Travis Walton was more recently abducted from a wooded area near Snowflake, Arizona, by similarly described extraterrestrial beings who also examined him in a way much like that of Bill Herman and Barney and Betty Hill. SMS Charles Moody described his abductors in his own encounter at Alamogordo, New Mexico, in terms very similar to those used by Herman and the Hills. The extraterrestrials gave him an examination like the Hills and Bill Herman, a physical and mental examination in considerable detail, before they released him and escorted him through parts of their ship. The patterns seem to fit, and it all hangs together despite none of these witnesses being aware of any of the others' cases before their own experience. Well, allegedly. In fact, none of them were much interested in UFOs and UFO stories before their own abductions. Again, allegedly. We must reserve some skepticism, although we do suspend our disbelief here quite regularly. It is important to practice a little bit of restraint when it comes to these things, just to keep a rational mind about us. After that, they knew. Okay. We have decided to resume reticular ET reporting in this, a second volume on these contacts, because of the very close relationship between the first several down disks recovered by our government and these particular alien extraterrestrials. See UFO crash at Aztec. This thing right here. It now appears quite probable at least some of the ET bodies we have in preservation, occupants from the down disks, may in fact be of reticulean origin, as the reticulean contacts are still ongoing today. It also seems within the realm of possibility that we might know, or at some future time, be able to open up some kind of official dialogue leading to the return of the aliens' remains, and some kind of official relationship with that class of being, if we have not already done so. We hope that by bringing all of this to public attention, we may be able to influence our government to reveal some of the secrets about these activities which they have been sitting on for so many years. And that is the introduction. Incredibly interesting. As noted by Wendell Stevens, there are many other cases which not only feature similar craft, similar beings, but also happen in the similar time frame in the similar Four Corners area. And Four Corners, we're talking about Utah, Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, I believe. And it is also, that's the first time I've ever visited that part of the world, was when I was down there with Jesse Michaels looking at the Aztec crash and going to the crash site. It was quite amazing to see firsthand, and with the guidance of Suzanne and Scott Ramsey. It was just a really enlightening trip, something that I'll remember for the rest of my life, and I look forward to sharing that story when it does come out. Okay, this is the origin of the Bill Herman sightings. We're not going to get into all of them. I do want to get into his contact with the ETs, but it's important to note that these sightings began years before his abduction. In 1977, this is where he observed many sightings of these discs performing impossible maneuvers, such as following a Cessna. He observed them following different airplanes. He observed them doing these triangular maneuvers, which, I've heard of before through many of the calls of the people that call into this show, have observed as well, but like some type of triangular maneuver for some reason. And then sometime, I believe in 1978? Yeah. That would have been the first time that Bill Herman would be, to his knowledge, abducted. And he goes into more detail about the sighting prior to the abduction in the first volume, but we're going to get into the summary of that and then into the subsequent meeting or experience. 18th of March, 1978, Bees Ferry in Ashley River area, Somerville, 9:25 to midnight, to 12:15. Weather clear, visibility unlimited, wind southwest at 6 knots, 40 to 42 degrees Fahrenheit. After observing object moving in triangular patterns and also through binoculars, walked to railroad line and toward object for better look. Object suddenly dropped and swooped in very close and took the witness aboard in a beam of blue light. I do want to get into that actually a little bit because the details of that abduction are quite remarkable. He gets into all of his sightings, by the way, in great detail. Very, very thorough person. So here we go. Here's that original abduction and what happened. So while watching a UFO moving in triangular patterns, I was standing and thought I would try to get a closer look at the object. So I walked to the end of the trailer park and cut through an area where I knew a shortcut. A path that led to the train tracks in the trestle area, quite close to the power towers, and to the general area under the UFO. But when I got to the end of the street, Floyd Circle, the fence where the shortcut was no longer open. It had been repaired. So I ran out of the trailer park and made my way to the pathway. I was walking down to the train tracks, short distance, and could see the UFO hovering over the left of SCE&G Power Tower. I stopped walking and stood there as I saw the object start another triangular figure. Then the UFO suddenly dropped. For a moment, I thought it was going to hit the river or marsh. Instead, the UFO just sat there, just above the Ashley River. Then the brightness disappeared. Instantly, like a light was shut off. Before I could react, I saw a blur of motion, and the UFO was no more than 10 to 15 feet in front of where I was standing, just above a large bush facing me. I was very startled and lost my footing and started to fall, losing my balance. I quickly turned around to see what I was going to fall on. Then, at that instant, a number of things began to happen. I was aware of a blue haze of light that appeared to be extending from the bottom of the disc, and a dark outline. The blue light was tubular in shape. I saw the reeds of the marsh swaying, and yet I felt no wind. A feeling of mixed curiosity and fear came over me. I tried to put my hands through the blue haze, and to my surprise, I could extend my hands right through it. I also seemed to retain my balance, and I didn't feel as if I was falling. At this point, in this account, my mind is a blur, and I can't recall exactly what happened next. All I recall is a sound, sort of distant, and it is pulsating, a hum of sorts, and the first inclination is that the source of the sound lies below, in a basement. Small room, and there are 3 individuals standing near a box that resembles a TV. Maybe it is a TV. I can see my feet and notice my shoes are on, and I try to remember, and I feel like I'm standing up, and yet I know I'm lying down. Where am I? All I can see is the backs of the people, and I see that they are dressed in clothes that match the color of the room I'm in. Suddenly, I remember watching the UFO, and it is dark. Wait a moment. No, it can't be. This can't be happening. I am crippled by fear. And then there is a flash of lights just above my head. A bar, rectangular in shape, is flashing red, green, and blue lights in a sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the 3 people turn around and are watching me, and they glance back and forth to the box on the floor and the bar on the ceiling. They look sort of oriental, and I notice that they look frail, and yet there is an impression of strength far exceeding masculinity. An inward strength that manifests itself by the very nature of their appearance. I hear a voice telling me to have no fear. And then it says, "Come. The time is limited." Then the lights on the ceiling cease motion, and the 3 people help me off the bed or table. As I touch their arms again, I am aware of a deeper strength. And then we pass the box, and I notice on the bottom of the box there are wheels, and that the box is connected to the bed or table. Like in a daze, we walk through a narrow doorway in a circular hallway. The walls of the hallway are the same color as the room, and we walk a short distance and walk into a larger room. And this room is filled with machinery and knobs and levers and what appear to be reel-to-reel tapes turning and turning. First one way, then the next. Again, I hear voices. This is our control console center. In the center is a large tubular-shaped instrument that is filled with wires and rods. There is a similar instrument on the opposite side of the wall from the doorway. At that time, the others in the room stand up and step back from where they were sitting. As we pass by each different place, I am awed by what I am looking at. Then the voice, "Come, we must continue. Time is limited." For some reason, I am again gripped by fear. We mean you no harm. I am looking at the people, and I notice that no one moves their lips. And yet I hear the voice. I am confused and frightened. Be assured, all is as expected. And I am suddenly flooded with a feeling of serenity and warmth. And as we walk back into the hallway, a feeling of kinship with these people. Sort of like recognizing a close relative who has moved away. I can't describe the kind of gentleness that came over me. My mind is a blank, as if something is missing. And then I recall walking into a doorway. It shuts with a swishing sound, and suddenly opens into a room that is empty, save for a massive amount of machinery located in the center of this room, which is filled with colors. In the checkerboard, constantly in motion, 2 checkerboard, constantly in motion, 2 large round balls are attached to the top left and top right sides of the machinery. Wires and rods are seen in the center of the balls. A moment of doubt. Yes, the round balls are transparent. 2 people are seated at a desk facing the checkerboards. They rise as we approach the lights in motion, and they step back behind us. Again, the voice, "This is our equilibrium manipulator unit. Come, we must return to the inculcation chamber. The time has arrived. We go out the door and into a small doorway. It shuts, opens, and we walk back down the hallway. We pass the room where the machinery is located. I see the tape reels as we pass the doorway. All of them are stopped. We continue down the hallway. Just going to pause here for a second. I find this very fascinating that we're mentioning tape reels. Now, he says he assumes these are tape reels. Now, 1980, late 1970s, these would be quite, regular, and also probably considered high tech at the time. I do find it very interesting that, there's a few points here to be made. Either this is made up, some type of screen memory, or he's just relating whatever he's familiar with, or these beings are actually using reels, reel-to-reel technology. Who's to say? Or maybe they did it just to make him comfortable, or maybe this is the military performing some type of secret MK Ultra psyop on this guy, and they've got reel-to-reels going. The options are endless, but endlessly curious nonetheless. We walked into the first room, on our left. It is the room with the bed or the table and the box on wheels. The bar attached to the ceiling begins pulsating in sequence, at first slowly, then semi-rapid, and then very rapidly. I start to lose consciousness. There's a blur of motion. I am lying on the bed or table. It seems like there is something missing, something that happened that was important. The essay, the inculcation monitor will help you remember. Contact him. The essay will come to you. That voice, so knowing. There is a blur of motion. Lights of all colors shine upon me like a prism rainbow. A token of contentment. Fear subsides and serenity entraps me within. Everything is blank. I notice the wall has no borders. It looks like the walls are one long sheet of bright red and silver polished metal, almost like a molded surface. Why didn't I notice that before? Once again, we're seeing something very reminiscent of many, many countless abduction stories where these rounded walls seem to stick out to the experiencers because it's something so unusual that there are no seams. We don't realize how unusual something like that is. Especially if you look at Bob Lazar's craft, you see these tiny benches, these chairs that are molded, again, prior to 3D printing, just kind of molded into the floor. And that must be just so striking because it's not something we're familiar with in everyday architecture or design. It's not something that comes up very often, especially probably not back then. So it does stand out. Also interesting is the sort of flooding of serenity that is felt by Bill in this instance. Obviously, we've often referred to Dan Burrish, famous sort of alleged whistleblower who worked at S4 with these beings. And Dan Burrish once said that these beings have the capacity to flood you with endorphins, so sort of hormonally control your brain somehow, and flooding you with these endorphins to make you feel good, to attenuate or diminish the amount of fear that you're feeling. So if they feel that you're panicking, all of a sudden you'll feel hyper serene, like these are your kin, like these are your friends and your family, and there's this sense of familiarity. And we hear that time and time again, not only in these cases, but again, recently with Jeremy Weeks kind of saying the same thing, but also, Whitley Strieber and countless others. The time that we don't see it, which I thought was interesting, is when I spoke to Travis Walton. Travis said that he was in a panic and maybe whatever happened to him, maybe the injury prevented them from psychically calming him down for whatever reason. So I think it's interesting that they use our brains as a means to calm us down rather than some type of external instrument. Or maybe there is an external instrument that triggers that. Who knows? We're speculating. We're having fun. All right? This could all be bogus. I don't know, but it's fun. I'm surrounded by that blue haze of light. Safety within again. There is an orange glow at my feet, almost like a mirrored reflection. I look at my feet. I am suddenly very, very disoriented, confused, and frightened. I look around me. Pitch black darkness all around me. A rush of fear explodes and I look above me. I see a dark circular outline rising slowly. I look for the river and marsh. Try to get my sense of direction. Nothing looks familiar. Where in God's creation am I? I find myself quoting Bible verses. I am running back and forth, screaming for help. What is going on? Nothing looks familiar. I look upward. The stars are distinct, obvious. What's that? It's moving up, down, back and forth in a triangle, the disc. Where are the power towers? They were right there a moment ago. Wait a minute. A flashback of thought and then nothing. Get back to the glow. There's safety within it. I stop running. I see the glow. It is not as bright as before. It is fading. Silence. Silence and stillness. What's that? Who's over there? No answer. Again, silence. I stand and feel the breeze. It's sort of chilly. I look upward. The disc is moving in a triangular pattern. It levels off, and then halts, but just for a second. Then it rushes away to my left, out of sight. At that moment, light shines through the darkness to my left. Car lights. There is a road to my left, and those are trees. I realize I am in an open field, a tilled field, but where? How did I get here? Figure that out later, Bill. Right now, get help. I run in the direction of the trees near the road, where I saw the car speed by. It is about a minute or so, and a car comes around the curve in the road. I flag the car down. Please get help. Call a policeman. Where am I? What time is it? I am told I am on Bacon's Bridge Road in Somerville, and it is after 12:15, after midnight. But it was 9:30 or so a moment ago. I start crying. I feel like I'm going to pieces. Get a hold of yourself, Bill. I repeat my plea for a policeman. The people in the BMW drive off. I wonder if they think I'm drunk or crazy or both. I better flag another car down. Volkswagen Bug, red in color, stops. And I repeat my request for assistance. They drive away. The BMW returns. Can they help? They ask. The VW returns. The same offer is repeated. Moments later, a Dorchester County deputy drove up and went back into the field with me as I tried to explain the circumstances. After a routine police report was filled out concerning my being helped by the police, a phone call was made to my wife Patty, which included an insinuation that my mental faculties were left to be desired for sane behavior. I was dropped off at a quick-stop convenience store, apparently for the convenience of the policeman. After an hour and a half, my father and my wife arrived at the store, and I went back to Charleston with them. By arrangement of Jim and Coral Lorenzen of APRO, Dr. James Harder, Ph.D., who has developed a considerable reputation for his success in recovering information from the deeper levels of consciousness and bringing it forward to the waking consciousness of contactees, entered the case and began working with William Herman. Through his efforts, Herman is now able to consciously recall most of what happened that night and can deal with it on a rational level. He wrote me in a subsequent letter, I myself observed this UFO on November 12th, 27th, December 2nd, 4th, January 22nd, and February 8th, twice, and on the 22nd of January and the 27th of November. I was able to photograph the object. The constancy of the UFO over the Charleston area disturbed me. Many other people witnessed this object also, but for fear of ridicule, these people desired to remain unknown. However, they did discuss the circumstances of their observances with me and verify the details that were available at the time of the interviews. They are as follows. The object was about twice the size of a Piper Cherokee and of a silver bright metallic appearance, about 60 to 70 feet in diameter. The object moved in a familiar triangular pattern and was most often seen in the general area of Bees Ferry and Ashley River, near Drayton, on the Ashley and up near the Hunley Park subdivisions above me, about 800 to 1,000 feet above the ground. I received the impression that I was being watched more than I was watching. Except for 2 nights in February, the sightings were not as regular after the January 22nd sighting, but the big event was still to come. We will allow Bill to repeat his new recollection at the abduction to show how sometimes confusing details cleared up. March 18th was a Saturday. The object was again seen over the power tower area. I pointed it out to my wife and her close friend, who had come over that evening. I mentioned to Patty that I was going to get a better look at it. I put on my coat and grabbed my binoculars. I looked at the clock on the TV and it said 9:15. Okay. So at this point, he's going to go back through. We will not cover that abduction again, but he does go into some interesting details here, saying that his legs felt like they were asleep. The room resembled a hospital room, very clean, very orderly. The air even seemed clean, like oxygen was flowing into it, sort of breeze-like, but it had a different smell, noticeably different. Opening his eyes, he said, I looked above me and the room and the ceiling were the same color. Directly above me was a rectangular-shaped bar flashing lights. So he goes on to describe the beings as well, saying they looked very pale and sort of soft skin with a sponge look about them. Their dark brown eyes were very distinct, perfectly round and stark in appearance. They had no hair or eyebrows, nor was any of the hair of any kind visible. Their heads were unusually large and bulging, with small mouths and hardly any jaw. They looked oriental yet familiar. My first reaction was panic, but I felt reassured by the look in their eyes. This is so interesting. Okay, he does go into greater detail, and for redundancy's sake, I don't want to read the entire thing, but I will look through this and read portions that I find to be valuable. He says, I must be inside the object. This must be some kind of airlock or something. Who are you? I asked. What are you doing in Charleston? And to these questions, I got no answers. I decided not to be too pushy or rude, to keep calm and to try to remember everything. I still felt clear, but in a daze, a mixture of both. I was told, come with us. This is where he goes back into the place with the levers and the buttons and the machinery. He says, I am told the time is short. Come. And we leave the room and walk into a hallway, walk around the hallway, and enter another small room, cramped like a closet. And the door shuts. There's a pause and the door opens again. And then we enter a larger room that is empty except for an immense amount of machinery and luminous objects, large round balls and levers, buttons, knobs of different colors. So almost like a transitional hallway, almost like an airlock, like something you would have on a spaceship where perhaps the oxygen or air quality is monitored in a different way so that you have to block one room before opening up another. Same type of things were observed on Travis Walton's ship as well, with these doors swinging or sort of sliding open and closed. He then goes on asking them, like, why tell me? Why not manifest yourself? They say this is our equilibrium manipulation chamber by which we attain free flight. So they actually give him a tour of the ship, which is quite standard for these type of experiences. But then he asks, why not manifest yourself to the world? And he got no response, no answer. Instead, they said, come, time is short, it will soon be finished. And he asks, will I remember? Are you the leader, the one in charge? And I understand that I may think so if I so desire. We walk out of that room into a cubicle room again. The doors shut, a pause, they open again, and we walk down the curved hallway and enter a room with the table again. What is that? I ask, pointing to the bar of lights now flashing again in the same sequence as before. The inculcation monitor, I hear, will I remember? Why tell me? Why show me all this? I am told to lie down and I do so. It will all be explained eventually. There is a reason. You will eventually understand, I hear. I gaze into the bar of lights. There is something relaxing about it. I look around me. One last look, then I become disoriented again, very relaxed, almost sleeping, and I lose consciousness. Everything dims out. My eyes can't focus. My legs get sleepy. I black out. And now is where he's in this sort of open field. And then he goes on to describe his incredible, story to police, and then subsequently to Coral and Jim Lorenzen of APRO. Here, by the way, are the beings. I've featured the description of these beings in many videos before, especially when we were talking about the snake emblem that appeared. Here is one of the first sort of appearances in that, often referenced by Lacerda, which is really interesting. So after this event, Bill's father and his wife, Patty, picked him up and took him home. He felt unclean and washed and took his clothes off and put him in a bag. Exhausted, he went into bed and tried to forget the whole thing. He slept fitfully. For many weeks after, Bill was plagued by severe migraine headaches, restlessness, and sleepless nights. He could recall little detail of what had happened to him. Again, par for the course when it comes to abductions, the earliest of which was Antonio Villas-Boas, who had also, had a bunch of sleepless nights, lost his appetite, lost a bunch of weight, vomited quite a bit, was very sick, had migraines. This all sounds like some type of radiation sickness. But even before the abduction, and shortly after his showing the 22 January color photographs to the airbase security officials, are those the ones we have? No, these are the ones from the 4th of April. A new and mysterious figure entered the case. He claimed he was Tom Olson, the director of a Riderwood, Maryland UFO research organization called UFO IRC, UFO Information Retrieval Center. P.O. Box 57, Riderwood, Maryland, 21139. Subsequent investigation proved this identification to be entirely false. The real Tom Olson, the actual director of UFO IRC, knew nothing of the activities of the man claiming to be him in Charleston. Subsequent information indicates that this imposter actually works for a high-ranking man in the State Department of the United States, of all places. After this first abduction, this imposter continued to show up to intimidate, threaten, and persuade Bill Herman to be cool and keep his experiences quiet. That he did not know what he was getting himself into, etc. This fake Tom Olson also intercepted mail and telephone calls between us and the witness, and between both the witness and us to all other parties we contacted concerning this case. This might be some, Men in Black type stuff here. In early December 1978, about 9 months after the first abduction aboard the craft, Bill Herman sat down in his little study to try and reproduce some of the symbol characters he had seen aboard the ship during his tour of the craft. Suddenly, his hand began automatically writing. Regular lines of a strange and completely unknown script form, writing rapidly from right to left in a manner completely the opposite of all his training and familiarity in writing. And the flow of the characters was smooth and uninterrupted until the end of the message. He did not know what it said. And in the course of time, he received this same script form in 4 different hands and styles of writing, but always the same symbols or characters being used. How interesting. After that first experience aboard the alien craft, Herman developed a variety of sensitive talents, such as clairvoyance, clairaudience, and precognition, besides the automatic writing. These new faculties seem to have been awakened in him while aboard the ship, but with a programmed delay in recognition by him. They have in fact already saved his life. Herman is clearly told, and with adequate demonstration, that these beings come from a twin sun system in a star group very familiar to him. They said that we have discovered these 2 suns, and we call them Zeta 1 and Zeta 2 reticuli. They carry on a rectangular interstellar commerce between them and other stars in their vicinity of our galaxy, but only come here on exploratory missions for their quote-unquote network. Our sun lies off their regular lines of communications, but is a point of interest to them in their investigations of the cosmos. Okay. Very interesting here is a few things. One, a network. I often refer to something as a system. We've read through, the Matilda McElroy case study of alien interrogation, where they mention something known as the domain, and how there's some type of system monitoring the galaxy as well. We also have a recent whistleblower on Reddit I say whistleblower very loosely, but talk about a council that is also monitoring planets. We also hear this council talk from Jeremy Weeks. I mean, it seems like more and more information is coming. Well, it's already been here, but I mean, I'm being made aware of more and more of this information. And it seems like there is some type of intergalactic, I don't want to say federation, because I know a lot of people, they get their own ideas of what a galactic federation should be, but it seems like there is some type of system in place that is monitoring, and that system might be communicating with other races. And this might be the reason we hear about multiple species aboard these craft being observed by experiencers. Very, very interesting indeed. Anytime we can glean a little bit of information about the reason for these beings monitoring us, or anything at all, their craft, their communications, I find it just so fascinating. It's like it's filling plot holes to like this incredibly vast and complicated science fiction novel, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. On Saturday, the 21st of April, 1979, Bill Herman saw the spacecraft again several times, the last being at 4:19. An hour later, he was in the bedroom of his home, working on some of the sketches of the interior features of the abduction ship. Suddenly, when he was impelled to change paper and began writing the alien script in the rapid, crisp style. He filled 2 pages of symbols, again, writing from left to right, and then the writing ended. Light. Looking around, he saw a squarish ball of intense blue radiance in front of the dresser. It was pulsating and getting bigger as he watched. It grew in intensity and size until it was too bright to look directly at. It filled the middle of the room, centering itself over the corner of the dresser, and then began to subside. As it grew dimmer, he could make out a fuzzy, denser central mass that also dimmed down in a few seconds until the whole glow had disappeared. In its place on the corner of the dresser was a dark silver block of metal. He picked it up and examined it. It was rectangular, like a small bar of precious metal, of a size that easily fit in the palm of his hand, and its top was covered with symbols cut into the metal surface. It was warmer than the room when he picked it up. He hefted it for a few minutes, and then went to his phone and called me, Colonel Stevens, in Tucson, still holding the artifact in his hand. He described the event and then the bar of metal he was holding. I quickly snapped on my recorder and made a copy of that conversation. He asked me to notify John Fielding also, and I said I would, and for him to stand by, that if I could catch John right away, I would have him call Herman back right away, in case he had any more questions. I caught John at home and advised him. I waited a bit and then tried to call John Fielding to see what he thought. His line was busy for 45 minutes. When I finally got through, he had the most amazing story for me. He said that as he was talking to Bill's voice broke and he was panting. Then, in growing fright, he said the same blue glow was growing in the bedroom again and was getting brighter, flooding the doorway and illuminating the hallway, followed almost immediately by the street lights outside, and then the whole block. Fielding was urging Bill to go and see if another object was being left in the bedroom by the glow when an alien being, the same one who had escorted Herman on the tour of the spacecraft, stepped out of the bedroom into the darkened hallway, now illuminated by a blue glow. Herman's voice, now barely audible, whispered, "Oh my God, they're in my house." Fielding told Herman to ask them about the bar of metal, then said, "Get them on the phone. Let me talk to them." This would have been my reaction too. I would have, 100%. Ask him if he wants to do the podcast. Tell him to like and subscribe. Sir, Herman said, this is so wild. This is getting insane. Sir, John Fielding wants to talk to you. Do you know him? He held the phone toward the alien being. About that time, a second alien stepped out of the bedroom, and then both stood in the hallway with that blue light from the room bathing them. They did not radiate any light, nor did they carry any other lights of their own. They were dressed in the same suede-like one-piece suits Bill had seen them wearing aboard the spacecraft in March. The leader said telepathically, "We know of him. He can be trusted." Then, at John's insistence, Herman asked about the bar of metal, and the leader said again telepathically, "That is a gift for you." Fielding recorded that entire conversation also and sent me a copy in the next mail. It arrived successfully with no interference this time. The strange events surrounding this case go on and on. On the evening of the 8th of May, 1979, Bill and his wife had gone over to Charleston Square to get a cassette tape mailer, and Bill went into the Radio Shack store there to make a purchase. He noticed a Model 80 home computer there on sale. He stopped to look at it. The set was on, and there was a display showing on the monitor video screen. Suddenly, the screen wiped clean, and the computer printout began to spell on the now empty video screen Zeta 1 Reticuli, Zeta 2 Reticuli, William Herman. Then it spaced down and spelled the same thing over and over again. When it finished, the display remained on for a moment, and then the screen wiped clean again, and the original display appeared on the screen once more. Dumbfounded and incredulous, Herman looked around to see if anyone else had noticed. He saw that no one else was paying any attention. Since the strange display had already gone, he decided not to try and tell anybody what had happened. He went out to the nearest phone booth and called me to report this newest development. But all this was only a prelude to what was still to come. On the evening of 6th of May, 1979, I received an urgent call from Bill Herman. He was calling to tell me that the ET spacecraft was back in the Ashley River area that evening, and that he had seen it twice already that day. This always signified a major event about to occur with the reticulan extraterrestrials. And we both knew it, which was the reason for the call. He was worried about what was going to happen, and all the conditions were right. He was alone because his wife had gone to sit with her invalid mother. He had been receiving regular communications from the Reticulians in the form of telepathic, clairaudient, and clairvoyant transmissions and psychic projections, besides his automatic writing, all of which were new to him. This had been going on for several months, and he had reached the stage where he no longer told his wife or his minister about them because they found it disturbing and thought it was the work of the devil. He was in his trailer home, alone, and had the peculiar feeling that something big was about to occur. He had by this time gotten over his fright from the first abduction. After recovering full recall of the event, he had come to respect and even had warm feelings for those little ETs. We had a number of conversations about the possibility of his going aboard the craft again, and he always had reservations and what-ifs that I sought to overcome. He had psyched himself into a willingness to take the opportunity if it were ever offered again, because he had a lot of additional questions he now wanted to ask and things he wanted to see once more. We both felt that since... Oh, this gets really interesting. This is about to get really interesting. We both felt that since the contacts were still open and the communications were progressing, that another opportunity might present itself sometime in the future. He had even received a long message in the alien script form the previous night, which he still could not read, and now this renewed activity today. He had felt their presence all day, which aroused anxiety about what was developing and raised all his old fears again. He didn't know what he wanted to do, and in his indecision wanted more discussion. His greatest concern was for his family, in case he did go aboard the craft and didn't return immediately. He asked for assurance that if he'd go out to meet the spacecraft this evening and was actually taken aboard, that someone would come to his home and look for Patty and his little daughter Mandy until his return. I assured him that in such an event I would see to it that his wife and family were cared for until he got back, and that we would be waiting for him there. I think that eased his mind a little, and he said he was prepared for whatever might happen. He had his camera, his notebook at the ready, and his binoculars with his jacket. At this point, there was a pause in conversation, and then a note of surprised astonishment in his voice as he exclaimed, "Hey! It's out there again now. I can see it. It's out there now." Now's your chance, Bill. You may never get another one. Go on out there and try to meet them. I will call Patty in the morning to see if you're there. And if you're not, I will tell her about this call and what is happening and reassure her. Someone will be there by the end of the day to take care of her and all your problems until you come back. You will come back. I've followed a number of these events, and the witness always comes back. Some stayed for days. Try to stay as long as they will let you. Offer to help them, to work with them. Try to get something for us to study. Bring something, anything, back. Even a button, a knob, a piece of paper, a corner of material, anything. Don't worry about here. I can do what I promise. Try to get pictures. You may not have to work again if this is handled right. I'm going on out. I'll call you later. He hung up the phone and left me standing there, dimly realizing that this was a first in ufology. A witness has just informed me that he is going out to meet an extraterrestrial spacecraft, a ship from another world, and I am to patiently wait for his return? I looked at the clock. It was 12:25 a.m., Charleston time. Going to end it there, folks, for today. Things are getting stranger yet in Charleston, South Carolina. You know, in looking at these photos, it is quite difficult to imagine the overwhelming eldritch sense of fear that you must feel observing something so unfamiliar. It's hard for my human brain to comprehend that these might not be hoaxes. And I feel like many of you are of the same sort of mindset. Yeah, they make you think, that's for sure. Notice the angle. They're like tilted as well. They're usually always tilted. Fascinating from the daytime to the nighttime descriptions of the craft, the beings, the message, the automatic writing, the sort of development of psychic ability. All of this is really intriguing, rather fantastical, and definitely makes me hungry for more of of these type of encounters. If you enjoyed this particular brand of video, please let me know. We are going to be covering all of the items that I have purchased in this auction. Now, I have backed up these items, and they are being stored in a facility, very, very safe, just in case. But we are going to be looking at these photos from time to time and investigating with the help of a lot of the work of Colonel Wendell Stevens, but also a lot of these old magazines that I have that looked into these photos back in the day and try to rejuvenate and bring some life back into them a little bit. As many of you know, Jesse Michaels and myself are going on tour, doing a live podcast tour in 2026. Currently, I'm not sure if they've opened any more dates, but we have Montreal and Austin. It's going to be a great time. We have fantastic guests that you'll definitely recognize if you watch the show. And we look forward to bringing you a brand new sort of live experience this year. And look forward to meeting all of you in person as well. So, guys, thanks so much for checking this out. Go to area52.shop if you want to help support. You can also do so by becoming a member either here or on Patreon at patreon.com/area52investigations. You can also check out tickets to the live show at itsprobablynothing.com, or you can just keep it right here, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more videos. Folks, we'll see you on the next one. Peace and love.
All right. Well, we gotta wait a sec. There we go. All right. Up now is Uncanny Expeditions. Check out his channel. Classified sites, black projects, and UFO with Uncanny Expeditions. Here we go.
Welcome to Somewhere in the Skies. I am your host, Ryan Sprague, and today we are joined by Anders Ottesen. Anders is the creator behind the rapidly growing YouTube channel, Uncanny Expeditions. He has carved out a unique space in the UFO and Black Projects world by doing something most of us only talk about. He actually goes out there. From the deserts surrounding Area 51 to remote military test ranges across the American Southwest. Anders documents secretive sites, unexplained aerial activity, and the hidden infrastructure of the modern military-industrial complex. What started as a personal fascination with places like Area 51 evolved into a full-time pursuit, traveling the country, exploring some of the most restricted and mysterious landscapes, and capturing footage that has caught the attention of both the UFO community and mainstream media. In this conversation, we dive into his expeditions around Area 51 and beyond, including his now infamous Dorito aircraft sighting, his search for Bob Lazar's elusive S4 facility, encounters with camo dudes and base security, and even a mysterious crash site of a UAP near the Nevada Test and Training Range. We also explore what he believes may really be happening at these classified locations, and whether any of it could connect to the broader UFO mystery. We'll be getting to that interview in just a moment, but before we do that, I want to give a special shout out and thank you to our new Patreon subscribers. Special thanks goes out to Rebecca G, Mark B, Elaine E, Allison McKay, Justin F, another Justin F, Beth A, Eric L, Elliot G, and Dan B. Thank you so much to these present, past, and future Patreon subscribers. If you'd like to learn more and to help support our work, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. And while you're at it, please take just a few moments to rate and review Somewhere in the Skies on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. It truly helps us find new listeners and gain visibility. Thank you for your support. It is time to head out into the desert with Anders Ottesen and into the unknown as we explore Uncanny Expeditions.
While our government's official position is not to speculate on this subject, we can choose to let our minds explore other possibilities, to use our imaginations. For if we consider that astroscientists agree on one point, that the possibility of life elsewhere is not only quite probable, some feel it is there without a doubt. Let us suppose then that these objects are real space vehicles, extraterrestrial in origin, and not an illusion of the mind.
I'm Ryan Sprague, and you are now somewhere in the skies. Anders, welcome for the very first time to Somewhere in the Skies.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Of course, man. Now, for those of my audience who may not be familiar with your work, I am going to immediately send them right after this interview to your YouTube channel, and that is Uncanny Expeditions. I first saw you on News Nation when one of the things that you captured in one of your videos kind of went viral inside and outside of the UFO community. And we'll get to that, the quote unquote Dorito craft. But your channel covers so much more than that. So tonight we're going to be really talking about exposing things like Area 51, secret sites, black projects. Let's start from the beginning. Like, how did this all start? How did you become kind of an explorer? Have you always been kind of the adventurous type? What kind of got you into exploring the deserts in the United States and abroad?
Yeah, so it's definitely a long story in that it's something that I've been interested in since I was pretty young, as far as the whole Area 51, the other black sites, secret sites out in the desert. I used to spend a long time, hours and hours, reading about these kind of places on the internet. Reading all kinds of theories, not just about UFOs, but other black projects, aircraft projects, things like that were being worked on at these sites. And it's always kind of been in the back of my mind. It wasn't always in the forefront of what I was doing. It kind of got put on the back burner for years. And then a few years ago, I started traveling the U.S. full time in an RV. So I had quit the job that I had been working, and I was able to do basically a remote job and working in national parks. Both of those things allowed me to spend almost 5 years traveling basically the entire US. And I would spend a lot of time, especially in the winter, in the desert southwest of the US. So a lot of the interest that I had in Area 51 and these sites that are located in the desert southwest kind of came back to the surface, and I started doing a lot more exploring. And eventually I started getting a little bit more serious about YouTube. It was basically January of 2025 that I rebranded my channel to Uncanny Expeditions, and I started actually turning it into something that was a little bit more serious besides just, fun uploads every now and then. And I kind of combined all my interests and hobbies, the secret sites, the UFO stuff, exploring the desert, riding my motorcycle. I kind of rolled all that into one and turned it into what now has become Uncanny Expeditions. And it's kind of the rest is history, I guess you could say.
Yeah, man, and it exploded. I mean, I'm looking at your subscribers right here. You're pushing like 180,000 K
it,
subscribers, which is
it got
incredible.
crazy. Yeah, like I still sometimes can't believe how much interest there ended up being in it. And I'm very grateful for everybody who's enjoyed the content so far, and I look forward to bringing even bigger and better stuff down the line. We're just getting started as far as I'm concerned.
Ah, I love that. Well, you did mention the buzzwords that perk my ears and our listeners' ears. That's Area 51, UFOs. So,
Mhm.
of course, that's my obvious next question. What
Yeah.
was your interest in these sorts of things? Like, did you have an interest in UFOs prior to the channel? Have you seen a UFO prior to starting the channel or anything like that?
Yeah, so my kind of opinion on UFOs has it's changed a lot as far as going back and forth over the years. So when I first started getting into the topic, I was super into Bob Lazar, his connection to Area 51, S4.
According to Lazar, his employer was the United States Navy. He says he and other government employees would gather near EG&G, fly to Groom Lake, then a very few people would get into a bus with blacked out or no windows and drive to S4.
When you get off the bus, what do you see?
It's a very interesting building. It's got a slope of probably about 30 degrees, which are hangar doors. And it has textured paint on it, but it looks like sand. It's made to look like the side of the mountain that it's in, whether it's to disguise it from satellite photographs or what.
I kind of went through a phase where I became really skeptical of a lot of these UFO claims, and then I've kind of come back around more in the last 7 or 8 years to being back to where I'm still skeptical of a lot of these claims, but I definitely believe that UFOs exist. I believe that the U.S. government knows more than they're telling us about UFOs, and I am open to the idea of some like potential, reverse engineering projects and things like that at some of these sites. As far as like having seen a UFO myself, there's been a couple of instances in the last few years, like basically just before I got serious about my channel, and these really kind of sparked my interest in the whole night vision videography kind of side of things. And basically what I saw is what looked like a satellite, and that it was moving in a straight trajectory, constant speed, and then after I was watching it for a few minutes, it would suddenly dart at a 90-degree angle, essentially. So it started to move in a way that was not consistent with a satellite, or at least a satellite that I'm aware of, or any other known aircraft. And I saw something that did that on two separate nights. And I would consider it a UFO. I don't obviously know whether it was, a new type of satellite that can suddenly change direction on a dime or what it was, but it seemed like it was very high altitude. That was one thing that really started to get me into, okay, I want to get serious about specifically night vision videography so I can hopefully capture some of these unusual things that we're seeing.
In the past, I had the opportunity to go to the back gates of Area 51. You know, I did the whole alien thing,
Yeah.
went to the back gates, got my selfies, did all that stuff. I guess my question for you would be, you know, we had like someone who kind of directed us to where to go, what not to do, what
Hmm.
to do, things like that. When you
Hmm.
first started these kind of expeditions and whatnot,
Hmm.
did you have like someone kind of um you know, your Obi-Wan to the Luke Skywalker, like kind of guiding you and telling you, oh, yeah, this is where you should be looking. This is what
Hmm.
you should prepare before you go. Here's some recon or some intel before you get
Hmm.
out there. Like, yeah, was there someone like that for you? Or was this kind of like you just threw yourself in like head first?
More so that I just threw myself in head first. So I didn't really have somebody out there with me acting as kind of the tour guide role, or like the Obi-Wan, as you say. I had spent a lot of time reading about the area on various internet forums. The Area 51 subreddit has always been super helpful. There's also a guy by the name of Jorg Arnu. He's a German guy who lives in Rachel, and he runs a website called Dreamland Resort. It's been out there since like 1998. I think he started it, and I used to read that website a ton growing up, and it basically still looks the same today as it did back then, which is crazy. uh, so that was a super good resource, and people would post their like trip reports on there, like, okay, I went here, here, and here, and kind of just combining the knowledge that I had found from those sources, and like just going out there. And the first time I'd been out there, I kind of just did the standard stuff, going to both gates, and I got more into to mapping and going a little bit more in depth as I made subsequent trips out there. So I feel a lot more confident now than I did a few years ago, just because of how many trips I've made out there. I've both relied on existing maps, and I've kind of made my own maps of the area, marking points where I think are good places to observe. So yeah, it's a process, but it's come together pretty well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's a process, but I mean,
Yeah.
the 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 I guess reward is some of these incredible video. I will say, you have arguably gotten some of the best footage, I think, of Area 51, the Nellis Range, the Tonopah, like all of these places. Closer looks and glimpses of things going on there than anyone I've ever come across. I guess for like I'm a city boy, right? Like I grew up in the suburbs of upstate New York. I lived in New
Mm-hmm.
York City for like 15 years. I live in a city now in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
So like the desert, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like I would probably die within the first 48 hours. Because I don't know how to prepare for something
Yeah.
like that. So what would you say to someone who is gonna go out to these super remote desert areas? Like, how do you prepare for something like that? Because you don't know if you're going to get lost. You don't know how far things, you can map it all you
Yeah.
want, but it takes one flat tire or one wrong turn, and
Mm-hmm.
then you shit out of luck, I guess would
Yeah.
be the best way to put it. How do
Yeah.
you prepare for an
Well,
expedition?
you brought up some good points in that you shouldn't just rush out there unprepared, because a lot of people look at it on Google Maps and they think it's a lot easier terrain than it actually is when you get out there. So one thing that I always recommend doing if you have access to this is to bring a a Garmin satellite communicator. I haven't had to use it, but it's super nice to have as a peace of mind. Basically, it's like a subscription service that you pay for, but it's a little device where you can send satellite text messages. You can send out like an SOS if you had to get like an airlift rescue or something like that. That's a really good thing to have for peace of mind. Having a vehicle that has decent tires is super important. So don't go out on these dirt roads, even if they look like they're decent dirt roads, don't go out there unless you have off-road tires, because I have gotten a few flat tires even with, having decent tread, and it really is not not a lot of fun to deal with out there. So that's really key, just making sure you're prepared as far as having a good vehicle. Always have food and water. I carry, a ton of those little like backpacker meals with me that you can basically just add boiling water to, and you got your calories right there. Yeah, I always have quite a bit of water, both water bottles and, like a filled up, 5-gallon jug. So yeah, that's really the basics as far as, being able to survive out there, and just kind of being mentally prepared for anything is key. It's really, I like it out there in the desert because it is so remote. That's something that appeals to me. I love being able to pick a road and drive down it and know that it's very unlikely that I'll come across another human. I think there's something kind of really peaceful about that. But for a lot of people, that can also be kind of nerve-wracking. So you got to be prepared in that you're really alone in a lot of these places.
Right. You can physically prepare all you want, but I mean,
Yeah.
mentally, going out there alone, I don't know how you do it, honestly, man. It's commendable. I guess we'll dive into some specific
Yeah.
videos if that's cool with you. And for those just listening on the podcast, we are going to be featuring some footage from some of Anders' videos in the YouTube and Spotify video version of this episode. So be sure to hop over to those if you want to see some of the incredible things that he's captured. And the first one, Anders, this is the one that kind of went viral and got me to subscribe to your channel when I saw what you were up to. And that was the Dorito aircraft. Can you maybe tell us a little about, where this happened, what the whole experience was like, and yeah, maybe where you stand on that today? What is, or what do you think the Dorito aircraft was? And yeah, just lay out that whole experience for us, if you don't mind.
And it was right at the same time that I had my experience. So those two things combined, I was like, okay, this feels like it was a really unique test flight of some kind that I had witnessed. So as I posted the video, it started kind of, doing the rounds on the internet. That's where you saw it and everything. I had had some contact with a few aviation journalists at that point, and yeah, they were able to float some pretty interesting theories, in my opinion, as far as like what this aircraft could have been. So a lot of people, they say it's a UFO and stuff like that. I want to first say that as far as that goes, I consider UFOs something that clearly has like a more exotic propulsion system, whereas this definitely had a jet engine. So it's an unidentified military aircraft. But what I think is one of the more likely explanations for the Dorito is basically an electronic or electromagnetic attack aircraft. And this was proposed by journalist Bill Sweetman. He was actually the first person to identify the RQ-170. So he has a lot of knowledge and expertise in the kind of black project secret military aviation field. And he proposed that it is basically like a flying antenna, and each of the triangle edges will have emitters that will broadcast electromagnetic signals for jamming enemy communications, enemy radar. So you could theoretically send an aircraft like this in prior to a bombing run and have it basically jam enemy electronics. So I think that's one of the more likely theories as to what was going on. I think potentially what they were doing is the different codes could have been like a drink could have been like a particular radar signature, and the food could have been whatever signal they were emitting from the aircraft. So like it could have been like Michelob or Corona could have been like a particular type of Russian or Chinese radar signature that they were spoofing, and then the garlic or whatever food item could have been the signal that was coming from the aircraft. And that's totally my own theory that I kind of just came up with based on the evidence. So yeah, that's kind of the gist of it.
Yeah. I mean, that's so interesting. I mean, yeah, like you said, when you watch the video, which I'm sure at this point we've cut to it maybe a couple times, there is a clear propulsion to this thing. There is an exhaust behind it and whatnot. I got to ask you, do you think it was physically piloted, or do you think this is more of like a UAV remote sort of controlled thing, like a drone, I guess, of some sort.
Yeah, unmanned or unmanned.
Manned
That's
or
tough to
unmanned, yeah.
say for sure. I tend to think it was. I think it was probably manned. And in the article that I just referenced from Bill Sweetman, he thinks it was a manned electromagnetic attack aircraft. So that tends to be what I think, but I really don't know. You know, it definitely could have been unmanned. It could have been, yeah, a remote piloted aircraft. Obviously, they do a lot of flying of those out there these days. Um, so it really could go either way with that one. It's hard to say for sure, but it's definitely, in my
That's fair.
opinion, if it's the same thing that was seen in 2014, then it's for sure manned, because you know those, as far as I know, there weren't any drones that shape back in 2014. So if we're looking at the same
Right.
aircraft as in those photos, I would be pretty confident in it being piloted. Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool, cool. Well, I want to move to another one of your videos that really caught my attention, and that
Yeah.
was your video where you went to look for S4, this kind of mythical location that Bob Lazar brought forward. And, you know, this kind of base built into the side of a mountain, and this is where he says he worked, not at Area
Mhm.
51 itself, but
Mhm.
a location separate from that. And you know, some people say that lends more credence to his story, others say it lends less.
Mhm.
But you went and looked for it, and I found this video pretty fascinating, because as you're going to where S4 supposedly is, you're also telling the story of Bob Lazar and what sticks, what doesn't. And I loved it. I loved it. It was
Mhm.
like two dueling narratives going on at the same time. And
Yeah.
yeah, could you maybe walk us through that one a little, Anders? Your
Yeah.
hunt for S4, and were you successful?
Well, yeah. So as far as that video goes in particular, I basically just wanted to get to a good viewpoint where I could potentially look at Papoose Lake from an angle that I could see the hillside where S4 allegedly would be. And unfortunately, there isn't a really close viewpoint where you can do that. So whereas, you know, viewing Area 51, I can usually get about 26 miles away from the base, but for viewing Papoose Lake, it was more like, I think it was more like 46 miles. So it was considerably further. So when you're doing that, you obviously have to cut through quite a bit of atmosphere to take any photos or videos. And it requires a lot of like post processing to get a clear image. But, you know, I would consider it a success in that I was able to get at least an image of Papoose Lake. I didn't obviously see any physical evidence of the underground base. I do plan on, you know, potentially doing some subsequent hikes or subsequent climbs of this mountain over a period of time, just to see if there is any activity. But you know, as you mentioned, you know, as I was climbing up this mountain to get this view, I kind of just was going through just kind of my thoughts on Bob Lazar and the whole S4 thing. And I've definitely gone through an evolution on his story over the years. I'd say these days I land a bit more on the skeptical side of things as far as his story. I'm definitely going to watch, you know, the new documentary that's coming out whenever that comes out. You know, if it has any new evidence, I will watch it and I will take it with an open mind. But I as of now, I kind of struggle a little bit with his background, as far as some of the things that, you know, I kind of know the profile of somebody that they would hire for a really secretive role at Area 51. I struggle with some of the things in his background, you know, fitting that mold, because, you know, they really like to hire people who are extremely stable. They have extremely stable marriages and extremely stable home lives. And they are people that, you know, that will not talk about it. You know, I've had some conversations with people, and we always come to the conclusion that the people who've truly worked at Area 51, they don't tell you anything about what they worked on. Like, they are very good at
Mm.
keeping secrets. So I struggle a little bit with that. But, you know, as I said, I'm open to being convinced, even if I'm, you know, in the camp of being more on the unconvinced side currently. Because I have been, you know, I started off very much in the camp of, you know, I got to know more about Bob Lazar's story. I was very much intrigued and everything by his story, as, you know, I think a lot of people were and are still, obviously. Um, But as of now, I land on the skeptic side. I really would like to find independent confirmation of a facility at Papoose Lake, because that would, really, really solidify his story in my mind. If we could find something that indicates that there is something at Papoose Lake, that would, that would be really what I need to be 100% convinced. And as of now, I haven't seen that. I've talked to quite a few military historians, like namely Peter Merlin. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he's like an Area 51 historian. He's not into UFOs at all, but he's done so many deep dives into the whole Nevada test and training range, and he has not found any evidence of a facility at Papoose Lake. And separately from that, I've had some conversations with people who have allegedly been basically right on the hillside above Papoose Lake where the S4 hangars would be. And supposedly they have walked it and they have not seen anything, man-made as far as what could be underground infrastructure. Now that doesn't prove anything, but it is evidence, in that camp. So I would love to see some independent confirmation of such a facility, because man, it would be amazing for his story to be proven correct. I'll say that. I just because I'm unconvinced doesn't mean I'm a debunker. I want it to be true. We'll say that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. I change my mind every day. And yeah, you mentioned the documentary coming out. Well, we actually are going to have the director, Luigi, on the show next week. So synchronicity at its
I'm going to tune in.
So.
I'm going to watch it. Yeah, I got to see him. Yep.
Oh, thanks, man. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. But again, like, you're out there doing the work. We can argue on podcasts and documentaries all we want, forums, but you're actually going out and looking. And right now, you're not convinced. And I think that's where a lot of people are. So I do look forward to the documentary. Maybe someday Bob Lazar will testify in front of Congress.
I would love
but
that.
Until that day comes. Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one. Yeah. Let's stay in the Area 51 realm for a little bit here. We'll move to some other facilities too, because I know you're not just a one-hit wonder with Area 51.
Yeah, I had to broaden my horizons a little bit,
Well, that's the problem, man. Like, everyone knows about Area 51, so if there were UFOs there, they've probably moved them a long time ago. Let's be completely honest, but it's still worth looking for. And you have made friends, I would say, with the camo dudes a few times during your uncanny expeditions. Now, can you maybe tell us a little bit about who these camo dudes are, and how close have you gotten to these guys, and what do you think they're all about?
Yeah, so it's been interesting. It's the camo dudes are very elusive. I'll use that word, because basically their prerogative is, or their method of operation is, they're really never going to interact with you unless you cross the boundary. So they're extremely standoffish. Like if you approach a camo dude in their truck, they're gonna back away from you. It's really interesting. They almost kind of remind me almost of like video game NPCs. Like they have like really like predictable like behavior, like in a way. Like I don't know. It's like it's very strange. But I will say that I have had a few interactions. So on one of my recent hikes, where I climbed a particular hill, basically right next to the front gate, and it's a hill that not many people climb, but it actually lets you see the guard shack at the front gate, which normally you can't do. But as I was climbing that hill, the camo dude that was watching us, basically, like, he completely lost it. He was like honking his horn, and I don't know what he was trying to accomplish, but he was honking his horn, flashing his high beams, like basically trying to scare us off from climbing this hill. Obviously, it didn't work. I'm not one to be intimidated, but it was kind of interesting how that was the reaction. The other thing is, if you do poke around certain places on the border, they will give you what I call the helicopter treatment. So they'll send out it's actually a unique variant of Black Hawk that only exists at Area 51. There's only 4 of them in existence, and they're all in use at Area 51's perimeter security, essentially. So they'll give you really low flyovers, and they'll buzz you. If they kind of want to give you a little like, hey, we're watching you. They'll send those helicopters out and kind of give you a show. I always like when they send them out because it makes for a good video clip. Couple times where I've gotten a wave. I've gotten a wave from the camo dudes, which I think it just kind of depends on who's working. These are people too, but some of them are a little bit more friendly. Some of them are a little bit more, agitated. Just kind of depends on their individual demeanor. I think the probably the funniest interaction that I've ever had actually didn't take place at the Area 51 border, but basically I'd been out riding my motorcycle around the perimeter, and I had seen the camo dudes from a distance, but I didn't have any particular interactions that time until I had gone to Alamo, which is a town about an hour and a half or so from Rachel. And it's where like the Area 51 employee bus parks. A lot of the Area 51 vehicles that aren't stored on the base are stored in Alamo. So I went to there's a little burger stand at a gas station there. I placed my order. I was standing in line. I look to my right, and two camo dudes came in the door and got in line right behind me. So we had just probably been at the border at the same time. But I turn around and there's these two camo dudes just standing like straight faced, like right behind me. And I had to wait for my burger. They had to wait for their burger. We didn't talk or make eye contact, but we were standing, about 2 feet apart, and it was funny. It was just a really funny experience. I snapped a little quick picture of them before I left, and just for the memories. But it was just kind of a funny way to wrap up that particular trip. We had both been on opposite sides of the perimeter, and here we are ordering a burger at the same burger stand. So
burgers bring everyone together, man. They always do.
Yeah.
That's surreal, because like you were doing your job, which is exploring these sites and creating content for your channel, and they're doing their job guarding that site. So that's
I will say,
surreal. That's surreal.
Yeah, I try not to go out of my way to harass these guys or make enemies with them, just because there's really no point. I mean, it would maybe get some clicks, but I'd rather, kind of have a mutual respect situation going on. So like whenever I these days will video, whether it's a camo dude or another Area 51 employee, I always blur their face out, just because, doxing them really, there's no point. It's only going to cause harassment for them. And it's not like we're going to learn anything more about the base from doing that. So I try and make it a point to, protect their privacy and anonymity. So.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, I've interviewed two individuals who breached the site, and they were held at gunpoint. They were given sizable fines, and they were never allowed back anywhere in like a 100-mile radius of there. So like it's no joke. People have been shot. People have been killed for breaching those gates. And like you said, they're just doing their job. This is a highly sensitive military base. No matter what you think about UFOs or the mythology behind Area 51 having anything to do with that, like this is one of the most highly sensitive areas in all of the world. So I respect that. I respect that you respect what they do.
And I have another story I could kind of, as a tangent, we're on the topic of security. Now this didn't happen at Area 51. So this happened on the southern boundary of the Nevada Test and Training Range. So Area 51 is up at the northern side of the range. So I was at a town called Indian Springs, which is right across from Creech Air Force Base. And Creech Air Force Base is the headquarters of an OSI office, or Office of Special Investigations. They're, for viewers who don't know, they're an Air Force investigative wing. So they'll do like counterintelligence investigation, things like that. They're not quite like FBI in that they don't have the power to like arrest a civilian, but they'll handle the investigation and things like that. So basically what happened is I was at this gas station at Indian Springs. I had parked, I had gone in, I used the bathroom, I got food, I was in there for maybe 10 minutes. I came out, and there was 4 of these OSI investigators standing at my car. I didn't obviously know who they were at first, but they were basically 4 plain clothes, like business casual dress, sidearms, and were waiting at my car, and when I got out there, they were asking me questions about my YouTube channel. Like one of the guys was like, "Oh, you have quite a few subscribers now." And they were asking me questions about like how much I spend on like camera gear, and like they were really interested in like the night vision stuff, and like how I shot some of the night vision footage. And this was after I had both shot the triangle video and also after I had shot the RQ-170 at Creech. So I think they were potentially interested in like both of those clips. And I didn't really get into specifics. I kept it polite and friendly and everything, but I didn't have to answer questions legally. So I didn't go into specifics that I didn't have to, but it was a really interesting experience. And it was one of those things like I know my plate like popped on a plate reader like as soon as I got into town, and they decided to basically meet me at the gas station right there. So that was one of those experiences where it's like people ask me if I think they're watching me and following me. It's like, yes, I can say without a doubt 100% that they are. I thought I'd relate that little encounter also.
Well, hey, now it's on the record. You've got some insurance, man, right there.
Yeah.
It's on the record.
Yeah, if they do kick in my door, we'll see. But it is interesting. There have been cases where people haven't broken the law and they have had their doors kicked in. A friend of mine, Jorg, that I've talked about earlier, it happened to him.
We see it flying over Rachel quite frequently.
Jorg Arnu, a naturalized citizen, has devoted much of his life to understanding the base. His website, dreamlandresort.com, is a clearinghouse for all things 51, including photos and videos of the base and anything flying above it. Arnu owns a home in Las Vegas, but bought a place in tiny Rachel, Nevada, so he could be close to the action.
I came to this country because I love this country, and I became a citizen to support this country. I would never do anything to hurt this country, but I don't understand what is going on right now.
Arnu is not anti-government, not even anti-secrecy. He says he's always been careful to screen out content that might cross the line and expose something that is legitimately classified. But on November 3rd, he learned the hard way that something on his site had apparently gone too far. More than a dozen agents from the FBI and Air Force OSI smashed through his gate, broke through his door, and stormed into his home.
I'm asking, okay, what is going on? What are you doing in my house? To which I'm looking basically at this point at a riot shield and a gun that was drawn and pointed at me, and an agent in a stern voice giving me commands to turn around, hands against the wall. He then proceeded to yank my hands pretty violently back, handcuff me very tight. I mean, it really hurt. I got the message that, hey, these guys are serious.
Arnu was held outside while agents searched the home. He was given a few pages from a search warrant that was more than 40 pages long. Most of the warrant remains sealed, he says, including what he presumes is an explanation of what the agents wanted.
As it is right now, I have no clear understanding what I'm being charged with or why my property was seized. My various computers, 3 or 4 laptops, cell phones, memory sticks, backup drives, my camera equipment that is worth almost $10,000, my drone, everything was taken. I was presented with a list of items that were taken, but not with a reason why they were taken.
At the same time, another team of more than a dozen agents kicked in the door of his Las Vegas residence, rousted and detained his girlfriend, and then conducted another vigorous search.
And I know a lot of the specifics of his case, and it scares me a little bit because they actually lied to a judge and fabricated evidence in their raid. I know that for a fact. And so if they can do that in one case, they could potentially do that in another case as well. So it's one reason I like to be, I guess, really public about what I do is, I think it does give you a little bit more security as far as I feel like I'm maybe harder to mess with if everything I do is just out there in the open.
Yeah, for sure.
I
think
not
it's
that I expect that
to
to happen necessarily, but worst case scenario,
Yep, exactly. And yeah, I remember when Jorg's house got raided and they damaged things. They never returned stuff. Like they didn't pay for any of the repairs on stuff. Like it's troubling. It is troubling, man. It's Crazy. Well, speaking of York, I'd love to move to another kind of big thing that made it into the news that
Yeah.
you explored. I know York did as well. You guys even did a little crossover on your channels about this incident. And that was
Yeah.
back in October of 2025 when there was a UAP quote unquote
Hmm.
crash out near Area
Hmm.
51. And in your video, you actually found some stuff out there, man. So can you tell us a little about this whole incident, what you know about it, and where you stand on some of that today, if that's cool?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So it was one of those instances where I actually wasn't near Area 51 when it happened. I was out filming I think one of my Hellendale videos at the time, and I saw the news reports, and basically it just sounded like it was kind of a normal UAV crash at first, based on the radio traffic that I'd heard. And as time went on, it kind of started to get a little bit more unusual as far as what the response to the crash was. So basically, immediately afterwards, there was the Area 51 security, the camo dudes. They actually locked down the whole area. So all the dirt roads, the road to the front gate, the roads, all the little side roads, they were standing there with assault rifles, basically locking the whole place down, which I had never seen before. And if the narrative that this was just kind of a run of the mill drone that had taken off from Creech Air Force Base was true, you would have had regular Air Force security from Creech up there monitoring the crash site, not the Area 51 security. So that kind of was what first tipped me off that, like, okay, this was probably something that took off from Area 51, in my opinion, and was something a little bit more unusual than just like an MQ-9 Reaper, which is kind of the standard backbone of the drone arsenal. So after I made it out there, I kind of did some poking around, and I had seen Jorg's live stream, and he had gone to the staging area where the crash recovery personnel were. But as far as I know, I was actually the first person to get to the actual impact site where the burned grass and burned Joshua trees were. So I had filmed a little bit around there, off and on for like the course of 3 or 4 days, and then I went back and I brought my metal detector out there and metal detected the crash site and was able to pull quite a few pieces of aluminum, some different components that I'm not entirely sure what the material was, but kind of like a carbon fiber weave type of a thing. And yeah, I basically dug up what I could. And interestingly, the Air Force put out a statement. I think it was actually just before I had gone out to the crash site, basically saying that like they were making the claim that somebody had been tampering with the crash site. It's a really weird claim when you break it down, because they were accusing somebody of planting aircraft wreckage that did not belong to the aircraft at the crash site. But if anybody had been doing the planting, it would have been the Air Force. So like it was almost like a statement that was deliberately put out just to deter people from poking around the crash site, being like, hey, we're looking into this, we're monitoring it, don't go out there. It was really, really strange the way it was worded. And I will say that I do believe that wreckage was planted at the site. I don't believe all the wreckage that I recovered was from what actually went down. I do think that there was an attempt to basically disguise it. And obviously they also brought in dirt and covered it up, because most of the burned section of the ground was like completely filled in. And it was pretty deep. There was several feet of dirt before, I was able to dig down and get to where it was actually charred. So, they trucked in dirt. They planted wreckage that was from another aircraft. Those things, they both point to it being a classified test from, I believe it took off from Area 51. There's been cases in the past of wreckage being planted. I think in maybe some famous UFO cases, but I know for sure in aircraft testing, some of the F-117 crash sites, when it was in the early testing phase, they would bring out like F-14 or F-15 wreckage and scatter it around just in case people like me were out there hunting for wreckage. They would kind of get thrown off the trail.
That's interesting. It makes you go all the way back to 47. And is that what they did with
Yeah.
Roswell as well?
Yeah.
The old tinfoil weather balloon theory. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
I never.
Yeah.
Now, what would you say was like the circumference of the impact site, if you had to guess, Anders? Like, are we talking
Yeah.
something big or like a Reaper drone of some? I don't even know how big a Reaper drone is. Are these things big or what? How big do you think this thing was that crashed there? If you had to make a huge sweeping guess, I guess.
So I think it was actually pretty small. So the actual impact
Okay.
site, it was pretty small. It was maybe only like, I mean, the as far as like the burned area where like the fireball consumed and everything, it was probably only like 50 feet. Like it was not very big, and the aircraft itself would have been quite a bit smaller than that. That's just the area that had been damaged in the impact, and there wasn't really like a big scar where it had like hit the ground and like traveled, pretty far before it exploded. Like it looked like it basically went straight down into the ground and blew up from there. So I would say it was probably something smaller than a Reaper by a little bit, in my opinion. So a Reaper has a wingspan of like 66 feet. The RQ-170 was quite a bit smaller. It was more like maybe like 30 to 40 tops. So I think it was probably something more RQ-170 sized, if I had to guess. Which it could also be it was like an RQ-170 or RQ-180, because those are both drones that are still, they're acknowledged, but they're kind of the exact details about them are still pretty secretive. And they could have been potentially carrying like a classified payload that they wanted to cover up too. So that is another potential option. But yeah, as far as the size goes, smaller than you would probably expect, for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, that alone gives some clarity. So I appreciate that. Of course, us UFO people, we hear UFO crash, Area 51, and we're freaking out. But it's
Yeah.
good. It's good to kind of like bring this back to reality and be like, I mean, there was still a cover up, which is very mysterious. But yeah, you also gave some good reasons as to why that might be. And a payload, I didn't even think about that. Like that wasn't even, when the Chinese spy balloons were found, it wasn't even the fact that it was a spy balloon. It was, well, what's the payload? What's in this thing? Which was more important. So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And we are pretty sure that whatever it was unmanned. Obviously it could have been a manned plane that went down, but based on the radio traffic and the fact that there weren't like medical personnel there and stuff like that, I think it can be pretty conclusive that whatever went down was in fact unmanned. So
I want to sort of move to modern day ufology. Is that cool?
Oh yeah.
So, a lot of the news lately has to do with congressional UFO hearings and legacy UFO programs. UFOs have crashed and they're being reverse engineered at, secret sites like the ones you explore and whatnot. And right now, Representative Eric Burlinson in the United States actually visited the first location of possibly one of these stored UFOs.
I heard about that.
And he has plans to go. Plans to go to more of them. There's even rumors that there's UFOs that have been found that are so big that instead of moving them to a location, they built buildings around it to study it, which is just crazy. So I guess my question for you then, Anders, is where do you think Eric Burlinson should go? Where do you think they should be looking for these sorts of things? I mean, it seems like at this point, Area 51 is so played out. But what are some of these other locations do you think could possibly house something exotic, possibly non-human? I don't even want to say alien at this point. But yeah, is there anywhere you think they should really be focusing their efforts? And let's be honest, their resources and money, because there's money going into these expeditions by Congress members, as it were.
Yeah. If the claims are true that a lot of this kind of stuff is kind of buried in private corporations, private defense contractors, I think a good place to try and go, or good places to try and go, would be some of these private aerospace facilities, like in the Antelope Valley in Southern California. Places like the Hellendale radar cross section test site. There's also Plant 42, which is in Palmdale, California, and that's the Skunk Works headquarters. So if Lockheed Martin potentially had some technology that they're kind of keeping away from oversight, I think Plant 42 would be a great place to start. Yeah, beyond that, Dugway Proving Ground is kind of a place that's been floated quite a bit over the last few years. That's out in Utah. I haven't actually done. I've been there. I haven't actually done a video on it yet for my channel. I plan on doing it this year. So hopefully that'll pan out. It's another really big test range, essentially, kind of like the Nevada test site is, or Nevada test and training range. But there's a lot of places out there where you could potentially hide stuff. So those are kind of what comes to mind off the top of my head. There's obviously, I don't know if anything would still be at like Wright-Patterson, but that's, historically a place where potentially there would be stuff. I know, what was it, the Pax River Naval Air Station? That was something that I forget who mentioned it recently, but somebody recently, you might know, said that there was a hangar there.
That is supposedly where Eric Burlinson visited, was Pax River.
Representative Burleson, thanks for joining us. We don't have much time, so let's jump right to it. You recently took a field trip to Pax River. Can you tell us what your expectations were going in, and then can you describe the trip and what you saw?
Guys, I can't really. I have not publicly said that I've taken the trip to Pax River at this time, and so
okay.
I'm being extremely cautious about where I've gone so far because, but I have gone to a facility. I've gone to a location that is the first on a list of hopefully many locations, and what I'm trying to do is not jeopardize, not jeopardize for future trips. But believe me, at the end of this, I will be making it very public.
Oh, is that where? Okay.
So, yeah, it was brought forward by, I believe, Lou Elizondo.
Okay, it was
at
Lou.
one
Okay.
point. It dates back even to like the Robert Bigelow days when he was doing his stuff with Skinwalker Ranch and OSAP, where he had this facility built to actually house a UFO, and something was being transferred there that he was going to study, and the CIA put a halt on all of that. So again, this is all rumor, innuendo, things that have never been proven. They've been documented, but documented is not proof. So there's a lot of mythology with Pax River right now, at least.
And I think there are probably places too that basically have not actually been talked about at all. Like I do believe that there are some like operating locations out in really remote parts of the desert Southwest that aren't on basically anybody's radar. So I think there could potentially be places like that worth checking out. Like I've heard of some places potentially in New Mexico that people have seen. I know somebody who has seen some interesting things like in northern New Mexico that could be related. And also just even in Nevada, like in the NTTR, it's Area 51 is like such a small part of the NTTR. It's one little area in this massive land area that takes up almost like all of central Nevada. So there's places that are like further inside the NTTR that you could potentially hide stuff even better than you could at Area 51. Like I know for a fact there's underground facilities in a place called Area 12. There's also there's a place called Area 6 that is really interesting in my opinion. It's a place that I haven't ever been able to find a mountain where I can get a clear view of. I'm going to try a few more places down the line, but you can potentially see the airspace from public, but the actual facilities are extremely well hidden. And Lockheed Martin operates the facility at Area 6. So that is a place that I really would like somebody with access, like whether it's Eric Burleson or somebody else. I would love for them to go there, and I would love to ask them about it if they know what's going on there, because it's there's a bunch of weirdness with Area 6 as far as how it was constructed. Like they didn't go through the normal approval process that a lot of facilities normally go through. So like normally there's like a public comment period. There's like basically like an environmental assessment, and like the normal like construction process when you build a military base. They bypassed like basically all of that, and it just like appeared on satellite photos one day. It's super strange.
Weird.
Yeah, so it's
Do you
the,
think
it's called the Yucca Airstrip is another name for it, but it's inside
Yucca?
Area 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think, Anders, that's because it's Lockheed Martin, like a private aerospace weapons company? Is that why they were able to sort of bypass sort of the military permissions? I don't know how that sort of stuff works.
I'm sure that that played a part in it, but they were still, to my knowledge, supposed to kind of go through the same process because it's built on NNSS property. So that's Nevada National Security Site. So it's actually Department of Energy property. That the section of the area that it's built on. So like there should have been basically public record of its construction that that they were able to bypass. And yeah, I just find the whole area there super interesting because it's very, very hard to spot, and we really don't know what's going on there. I've heard things floated about UAV testing. Whatever it is, it's something they really want to keep under wraps.
Well, under wraps, you mentioned the Department of Energy. That's like the big boogeyman in the UFO world. They apparently have no oversight, and they don't answer to anyone. So that's a conversation for another time, man, for sure. Well, I've just got two more personal questions for you, and then I've got a couple listener questions if you're cool sticking around for those.
Oh yeah, I'm thrilled for sure.
Awesome. And then we'll move over to Patreon. This is like an interrogation, man. Marathon interrogation.
Oh, no, I love it, man. It's great.
Oh, cool. Well, thank you. Thank you for your time. Have you ever been restricted or like threatened not to publish one of your videos or content of yours? Or have you had like your film confiscated or anything like that? Any weird stories in terms of stuff like that?
Yeah, so let's see here. I wouldn't say that I've been directly told not to publish something. I've definitely had things happen where I'll put like a little teaser image out, like particularly, I think the first instance of this was after I published a Lockheed Skunkworks photo. I've had people, in my DMs threatening me, like saying like, I should be, executed for treason and, all kind of ridiculous stuff like that. Like those definitely flare up, like as far as the random messages every time I post something that's kind of, a little bit, crossing the line. I wouldn't say crossing the line, but like up to the line of, actually posting something interesting. I feel like I always get those kind of messages. But after I did the video on the Tejon Ranch facility, I won't go into like the exact specifics, but I was reached out to by some individuals with connections to that place and was basically told not to do what I had been planning on doing in a follow-up video because it would potentially endanger my safety. I'll say that it wasn't like a threat. It was more of like a warning, like looking out for my safety from these people. And I can't necessarily verify all the claims that they made, but I am still in contact with some of these people to this day. And there will be some follow-up videos about the Tejon Ranch facility that I plan on making, where I hope I can either sort of confirm or debunk some of the things that I have been told about that place, because it ended up being one of the more interesting places that I've explored. It's basically, for viewers who don't know, it's a place that's long been in UFO rumors, but it's a private aerospace facility that's supposedly abandoned now, but it was formerly run by Northrop Grumman, and now it's kind of in a weird limbo state. But yeah, that's the closest thing I could say to somebody telling me not to publish something. It was more like, hey, don't go back and do what you were going to do in a follow-up video. So, but I've decided to play the follow-up a little bit more cautious than I was going to, and basically what the follow-up will involve is is a little bit more long-term monitoring of the place to see if I can prove that it's not in fact abandoned as they claim. So
Oh, interesting.
yeah.
Something might still be going on. Okay.
Well, that
I'm
the
looking
claim is
forward to
that there's still something going on there. Like lots of people have done videos. Gerb's talked about it. I'm sure you know his work, but he's talked about this facility, and yeah, I would actually I hope to actually do a collaboration with him maybe on this facility, because I do think there's some weirdness there that has at least happened between 2011 and 2020, because it was supposedly abandoned in 2011, and I have some pretty credible evidence that there was some secret stuff going on there after 2011. So, who knows? We'll see what happens, but.
Awesome, man. Oh, you and UAP Gerb. That's a crossover I'm definitely looking forward to.
I'm hoping it happens. He's a super busy guy, but we've talked a few times, and whether it's there or like somewhere out at Dugway, like he's one of the few people like in the UFO world who's like really doing these like incredibly detailed like breakdowns of like how a reverse engineering program or multiple programs could work. And I think it would be super interesting to do a collab with him. So I'll say that.
We'll make it happen. We're manifesting it right here. UAP Gerb. Everyone, go tag UAP Gerb on this episode on social media. We'll link to him in the show notes. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen, guys. Awesome, Anders. I got some listener questions for you here. Our listeners are dying to know from you. Our Patreon subscribers, they actually get priority to ask questions, so they get put first in line. And Rebecca over on Patreon, Rebecca G asks, Ross Coulthard reported that there is a non-human craft so large that it's unable to be moved. We did mention this earlier. So a structure has been built over the top of it in order to hide it from the public. The structure is a facility that is used by people who aren't even aware of what's underneath them. Do you know where this location is, and have you been there?
Well, no, but I know a lot of people say that it's that place in South Korea that has the large circular structure. I don't know if I'm convinced of that, because I've seen people pull up basically facilities that are for the same stated purpose, and having a big round structure like that isn't really like out of the norm for that kind of a thing. There's another place that I've seen floated, but not as often, and that's that place in Utah, the Desert Research Center. Have you heard of that, Ryan? It's It's basically it's this. I don't know who actually runs it, whether it's like the Forest Service or like the Department of the Interior, but basically it's a place where other people in the past have claimed that there's a UFO buried. I think John Lear was the first person to ever say that a UFO was buried there. And obviously you got to kind of take everything he said with a grain of salt. Some things, could be true, but a lot of things were like really out of left field with John Lear. So I do actually plan on going out to the Desert Research Center and poking around a little bit. Because what's interesting there is there's like a little cul-de-sac of houses basically built in a circle, just kind of like in the middle of nowhere. And I think it was Linda Moulton Howe that photographed it like ages ago. Like I want to say in like the early 2000s. And it was interesting because they were all in like this really like rundown, like semi-abandoned state. But there was like brand new like solar panels around the area. So it at least looked like it was interesting to poke around and kind of just see what's up. But I don't know if that's where Ross Coulthard was making his claims about. But it's another place that I know at least somebody has made a similar claim in the past for.
Interesting. I have never scribbled so many notes during a live interview before. This is awesome, man. Thank you. Thanks. Hey, Desert Research Center. I'm looking forward to that video too when you go there. Awesome. Our next question here on Patreon comes from Haruto M from Japan, actually. This is pretty cool. If some sort of government agency or military general or someone offered to bring you, language barrier here. If some sort of government agency or military general offered to bring you inside the most secretive base in America to show you what they have, but you could never report on it or share publicly or privately with anyone, would you do it?
I would have to say yes. You know, it's not something where I would have to deceive people necessarily, but if I could just not talk about it, I would say yeah, just because I think that would be worth it just to know for my own curiosity and my own experience. I don't think I could pass up such an opportunity. If it was something where like they told me that I would have to go out and lie about what I saw there, that would maybe be a different question. Like if I had to go like spread misinformation, I would have a lot more of an ethical qualm with saying yes to that. But if I just had to keep it to myself, I might have to do it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Cool. Our last listener question here comes from Shepherd J on Facebook, and he asks, how often, Anders, have you run into people looking for UFOs out there? Also, what is the most bizarre UFO story you've heard about involving Area 51?
Let's see. So as far as running into people out there UFO hunting, it's not something that actually happens a ton. So there's definitely been a handful of times where I've run into people, and sometimes I actually, especially these days, more and more, I get recognized out there. So somebody will either see my bus or see me from a distance and come over specifically to talk to me or camp with me and stuff. They'd be like, "Hey, you know, I love your channel," and stuff like that. So I've definitely had that happen out there. But it's such a spread out area. And, you know, you see people go out there a lot, but it's weird. Like the odds of actually running into somebody out there, I found to be kind of slim just because it's such a huge area that we're talking about. And, you know, I don't spend a ton of time just hanging out like at the gates anymore. Like I'm usually more like out in a little bit more of a remote area. So it's not something that happens as often. What was the second part of the question? Whether it was like or what UFO encounters I've heard about?
Yeah. Have you heard any like super bizarre, really out there UFO cases, or has Jord come across anything that he shared with you? Or any tales from the desert that really involve things that might not be conventional aircraft? I know that's a hard question to answer, but
there's like, honestly, I get so many reports from different places out in the desert, like from fans or viewers who've told me about things they saw. So just to kind of like maybe narrow it down to like a couple recent ones, specifically about the NTTR or like near Area 51. There was a guy who he told me about a time when he saw a giant black cube hovering over a spot inside the NTTR. And this is somebody who he told me, he came up to me actually when I was out doing a video at one of these places, and he told me that he had previously worked at a location inside the NTTR, and he had been stationed where he had been stationed. He saw, like I said, this giant cube structure, and apparently like 6 or 7 other people that were with him were also able to see this, and it basically kind of drifted over their installation and drifted away silently without any apparent, you know, conventional propulsion. So, you know, I don't know what to make of something like that. It could be something exotic for sure. You know, we just don't know. I've heard a lot of people also tell me about just different odd lights in the sky, you know, making movements that wouldn't be consistent with what you would consider a conventional aircraft. In fact, I'd say that's probably what most of the UFO sightings out there are. It's kind of like a distant light, but you know, it might move in a way that's unusual. And my own sightings out there near Area 51, like I mentioned earlier, where it was, you know, it looked like a satellite and it made a sudden 90-degree turn. I'd say those are relatively common out there. Relatively in that, you know, I've at least had, you know, a few people tell me about it. So.
Awesome, man. Well, I guess in closing for the main feed here for our listeners, is there anything else you can really tease? You did kind of tease some of the stuff you got coming up, places you'd want to go and whatnot. But any videos coming up in the next few weeks that you can kind of preview for us here, or are you just
Yeah.
hard at work editing right now? I know that feeling too.
No, I'll tease definitely a little bit. So, what I have been filming the last couple of weeks, and I'm now going to be moving into editing, is a little bit of exploring around the China Lake facility, which is, for those who don't know, it's basically a Navy test range. Like you could almost consider it like the Navy's Area 51. It's a little bit different, but there's a particular place like on the northern perimeter of China Lake that I've been camping out. And so I plan to do a little bit more documentation of that area. So look for that in the future. A little further down the line, this is a place that gets requested quite a bit, and that's Dulce, New Mexico. So that's
Yes.
everybody knows about the stories there, I'm sure. I'm not convinced of the whole like Phil Schneider narrative side of things.
Works.
And I haven't fully decided how I want to approach this area as far as the video, but I do want to do a video there this year and kind of just poke around and share some of my thoughts, because I am of the opinion that there was some sort of military activity there. I don't know exactly what they were testing, but there are some researchers who've come to that conclusion, without necessarily going into the underground alien firefight side of things. I'm not fully down that rabbit hole, but I do want to cover that area and see what we can find out there.
Awesome, man. Dulce and China Lake. I'm in.
Yeah.
I cannot wait. I can't wait. Anders, what do you hope people will take away from your channel? Like, what is it that you really want? Is there like a message you want to send out to people about why you're doing this? What really drives you, and what you hope people will take away when they inevitably subscribe to your channel?
Oh yeah. Well, I guess overall the overarching theme that I explore is just kind of the mystery surrounding these facilities, and I'm a big fan of the desert. I see a lot of beauty in the desert, and I try and kind of juxtapose the incredible beauty of some of these remote places with the fact that there's like this really secretive military industrial complex operating here at the same time. And I try and kind of show that interesting dichotomy. And if we can document, whether it's UFOs, whether it's experimental aircraft, whether it's just parts of these bases that haven't been filmed before, that's my goal. We're not necessarily, I don't necessarily go out to hunt for UFOs, but it's a part of this kind of wider net that I'm casting, I guess you could say.
Awesome, man. Well, again, we're going to put links in the show notes to your channel. People have been watching some of the videos as this episode has been going here on YouTube and Spotify video. Again, if you're just listening, head on over to YouTube, head on over to Spotify video, watch some of these beautiful landscapes that Anders has captured, and some really up close images and video of things that probably we were never meant to see. It's awesome, man. Where can we find your YouTube channel, Uncanny Expeditions? Obviously on YouTube, but give us the link, and again, we'll put it in the show notes as well. And yeah, where can we keep up with everything that you're up to, Anders?
Yeah. So the biggest platform obviously is YouTube. So youtube.com / at Uncanny Expeditions, I believe, is the URL. I'm also pretty big on Instagram as well. I do post on there, and I respond to quite a few messages on there. If you have a question or something you want to share, that's Uncanny Expeditions on Instagram, instagram.com / Uncanny Expeditions. I'm on X as well. I don't post on there as often, but every now and then. It's Uncanny X. That's EX on X. It's kind of a mouthful. But yeah, that's where folks can find me. You can also email me, uncannyexpeditions@pm.me. And it is a Proton Mail email address. So if anybody has anything interesting to share that they want to share on an encrypted platform, that is a way to do that as well. And I've had people ask for my Signal link. If you email me and want a Signal link to share stuff, I have that available too. So
perfect. I love what you're doing out there. I'm wishing you all the luck in the world. Be safe out there. If you want, guys, head on over to Patreon, where Anders is going to go through a couple more of the locations that he's visited, some of the experiences he had there. I'm going to ask him about his favorite UFO cases that are out there, and also if he's had any other paranormal or unexplained things happen in his life. So head on over to Patreon if you want to hear that exclusive episode, patreon.com/somewhere skies. Link is in the show notes as well. But for now, we'll leave it there. And yeah, this has been fascinating, Andrew. So thank you.
Oh, good.
Thank
I'm
you so
glad.
much for joining this.
Oh,
Thanks,
yeah, it's
man.
been great.
Appreciate it.
All right. Up now is the last Nazi secret, Appendix 2, Secrets in the Forest of the Castle. Here we go.
From the past several interviews here in Poland, we have heard a very compelling case that the Riese tunnels, those we can see today, are literally only the top of the iceberg. They were either constructed to become shelters or research facilities themselves, but incomplete, or cover-ups outright. And the real Riese locations are hidden in underground levels far deeper, under these locations, the ones we know of, or located inside some of the adjacent mountaintops here. We have heard of pre-war existing mine tunnels and cavers been used by the SS for special research. We have heard of how the German Postal Service nuclear scientists have worked for the SS installing cyclotrons not far from the castle in secret underground installations. We've heard of deadly radiation in the underground of the Henge. Extremely sophisticated access cards have been found. Cabling, rocket testing facilities was located here. The Russian top nuclear scientists searching the area after the war and brought von Aden with him, one of Germany's top nuclear scientists, who was later highly decorated by Stalin for his efforts on the Russian nuclear projects. Field Marshal Schröner made a fanatical last stand with the German army here to keep the Russians out of the area. And all of the projects here were approved by General Kammler himself, and both he and Speer briefed Hitler on Project Riese all the way until the end of the war. We have heard prisoners' testimonies from those who worked in completed underground facilities, installing radiators and the last creature comforts in completed underground factories. None of this we can see today. And again, a telling clue is that the largest consumer of cement in the Reich was Project Riese. And despite this, we practically don't see any of it in the known locations. We have all the indications, including the remnants of electricity cables and communications underground. Also the indication that vast amounts of electricity funneled into the area to the point where there was an excess after the war ended. So we need to now start looking for the clues in the mountains, especially those mountains located apart from the Riese facilities that we know of. What we're looking for are anomalies in the topography, for instance, tunnel entrances that are covered up, mine shafts, and one more important thing. If you place a tunnel or a factory inside a mountain, you will need drainage system to vacate the natural mountain runoff. It would assemble in the tunnels otherwise. And Alex is going to show us some of these drainage tunnels and pipes constructed and dated from during the war, and they are completely out of place from where anybody would expect them or need them to be. Also, we'll take a look at the rail lines and the possible decommissioned rail tunnels, the sites of the labor camps, and I wanted to take a closer look at the plant Biosufka. Some says it's a nuclear reactor for heat or power. We thought it was a heavy water production plant, and Tomas suggests it was to house Swiss generators. And of course we need to take a look at the area surrounding the castle. With so many rumors and events that have taken place here, I wanted to see for myself what is here today. And I wanted to visit the site of the labor camp that was located only 1,000 meters from the castle, and I was honestly not expecting to find what we did there. Also, the area near the castle, within the security zone, Alex found some very interesting grooves in the ground. They show up on LiDAR. Nothing that makes any sense, just like so much else here around Project Riese sites. And they really can't be identified or their purpose, so maybe you guys can come up with a possible explanation as to what they were. And there's something else. It was rumored. I heard it for the first time in Czechoslovakia, and now here Tomas mentions it also, and that's piquing my interest. It had previously been suggested from several different places that General Kamla had a lady friend living near the castle here, and together, towards the end of the war, they had a son. Now this son supposedly grew up in Czechoslovakia, and in the late 60s apparently Kamla returned here to sign over some property, signing legal papers, and I separately found what was suggested to be the signature from one of these official documents. All of that opens up a whole new level of events, especially questioning how would Kamla be able to travel across borders.
AEG was here, Siemens was here, and Kamla was here, because Kamla had a son not far from here.
Ale ja wytłumacz mu, że Kamler był nad ponad wszystkimi, nie?
Kamler was boss of all of them.
And Kamla came
Hitler,
back.
tak, później Kamler.
Kamler był góry, on wszystkie projekty zatwierdzał. Na każdym projekcie musiał być podpis Kamlera.
Every project must be undersigned by Kamler.
But the interesting thing is, Kamla had a business not far from here. And Kamla had a son here and a girlfriend. And he came back in 62, 68?
Powiedz mu, że nawet... Poczekaj, bo ja się wcięłem.
Dlaczego Kamler wrócił dopiero w 68?
On nie wrócił, on tylko przyjechał załatwić, że i wrócił. Załatwił dokumenty.
He was in America according to Operation Paperclip.
Yes.
Like Werner von Braun,
yes.
like Hubertus Struckhold and another personnel.
And we all have the documents. I have the documents that Kamla surrendered to the Americans.
Kamler was in Paperclip.
Yes. But he came back here.
When was time and was necessary to do some businesses here, to hand over to his son rights to Swiss account and another business and access to, chyba też dostęp tam mu dał do tego podziemia, nie?
Tak.
And access to underground object in vicinity of his home. Kamler came in 1968 and there is a document in possession of Czech services that he undersigned that document in 1968.
And not only that, but this means that Kamla was with the Americans, yes. This was behind the Iron Curtain.
He had no rights to travel.
And he could travel between the Iron Curtain and here. The only way that could happen is if the intelligence services on both sides was involved.
If Russia knows this, he will be captured.
Well,
probably, if his travel was true story, it was covered by special forces.
Yeah.
Guten Tag.
So this was.
Pozdrawляю.
This is necessary to have cover, very strong cover from side of special service.
Czech Secret Service, Polish Secret Service, and American Secret Service to make that work.
Polish maybe not.
Not it.
I think so.
No, you want to check.
Polish had completely no knowledge, completely about this, and Russians. Russian too. Czech
Ale
only.
powiedz mu, że w książu mamy to samo.
Czech only and USA.
Powiedz, że w książu mamy to samo.
In książ here we have
Rosjanie i Amerykanie razem.
So this, whatever happened here was so important that opposing security services were actually intelligence services, was collaborate.
They are collaborating.
Based on technology.
They were secured, financially secured afterwards.
Kamla's business here. After the war, he worked with DuPont and Kevlar, and
this technology was sold by his son to DuPont.
So already during.
So this, for me, this is easy. The technology was found by German researchers. This was German technology.
And it stayed.
And afterward, this was useful, and this was sold to DuPont because they paid.
Because Kamla's son was running the business eventually.
Out beneath the castle, we're looking for a possible rail or tunnel connection between the mountain the castle is on and the adjacent ridge opposing it.
So this is literally the mountain where all the tunnel systems are, but way above here is the castle. Right?
Right?
Right.
We hope.
And then this is the side of the old castle. I see a lot of stairs. Why is history always upstairs? So this is the line where the tunnel would have come from here, over here, and into there. They could eat. Totally. And there's plenty of rubble. Why would all these square stones be coming down this hole here? And that fits with the center over there, the dark.
This line. Just like this.
Yes. And right next to the old castle, where there's probably some sort of infrastructure already for something. There's a lot of that going on. There you go. There's definitely a groove in the landscape.
Something like small rock.
Yeah. If there was an underground here and an entrance, and the groove in the landscape leads here, it will be the first thing filling up with water.
It's going over there.
That's the line of the tunnel.
This small hill. It's small.
I see it, yeah.
It's divided. Nothing. Zero.
Nothing.
Here. Down, up, and down with water. So the line of railway will be here.
Here? I see it. And the old castle is up there. Knights?
Knights.
Really?
Yeah.
They're
The last European, maybe last competition in the world.
For jousting.
The first written account of the old castle was from 1288. It was originally a wooden stronghold, then later fortified by brick, and fast forward through a whole lot of small wars, it was rebuilt in the 18th century into a romantic residence with an armory, bedrooms, courtroom, prison chambers, a torture chamber, and a chapel. Unfortunately, at the end of World War II, the castle was destroyed by Russian troops. However, the Germans did spend some time here. Whether it was for dining or for something else, it's still a little unclear, so let's have a look.
I always thought that we should bring dueling back. Was this the wall or
during rain?
Oh, really? Oh, so this is literally a medieval rain drain.
It's made to direct water to the side of the road because direct stream of water will destroy stones.
Of course. And this is hundreds of years old. How old was this castle?
This is forcing water to be going to the side.
So how old is this?
I don't know. But it's still beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
It was better before war.
You mean it was better before the Russians blew it up?
There are pillars for restaurants, kitchen.
Oh yes.
Kitchen was on the side, but restaurant was inside the ruins. And this is a question. What is this?
Well, that's a question I hear.
What is this? If you answer, you will win 1 beer.
All right, well, let's have a look at this then. Well, I see red brick, which is definitely not part of the original construction. Now I see masonry that is somewhat confusing. Well, I see hinges. I mean, this could very easily be World War II construction, obviously. This, I mean, this is masonry over a steel door or heavy door. That is a very timeless. And this you would put electrical, or you could put electrical or water, bathroom. Well, you could put a water.
Very important that dot lines.
Ventilation?
Uh-huh.
So we're back to the bathroom again.
And this below.
Another one there. Okay.
Airflow.
Airflow.
Access,
cement slabs.
Access from above.
But this is cement. This is cement with rebar.
Yes. Was it prepared?
These are I mean, this looks like anything World War I, World War II, but I don't see why there would World War I be here.
What is this? Everybody have it at home. No.
Lots of ventilation. So if it's not a toilet,
no,
it's not a cold storage. Oh, it could be cold storage.
You have this in your kitchen.
The stove?
No.
The oven?
Fridge.
The fridge, yeah, the cold storage.
Cold storage.
Yeah.
Ice was transported from above to maintain
the cold.
Adequate level of ice from the river, collecting during winter. Cold air was coming through this pipe, this holes, escaping level high, and this was chamber
free
for
meat.
Yes, for meat.
Ah. When was this?
Engine was bigger.
Yeah.
And compressor, but chamber for food was smaller, relatively small.
Okay. So this was older.
Yeah.
It's just the refurbishment where the red brick makes it looks like it could easily be a lot newer.
Probably this was restored after First War. This was not destroyed.
These are in the way, but
it's difficult to do that. This is high, but it's not
so the road was coming from down there back then. Then you have the bridge there.
It was coming that and going like a snake.
So they bricked up the old main. Yeah, I can see that's where the wall was. So this was the main entrance.
Now people are coming here.
Oh, of course.
Here was a toilet.
Why was there a toilet right?
Just one toilet for a couple, maybe four.
Right by the front door after the war, after it was blown up.
I don't know.
What? I mean,
it was. You see? Pipe. Three or four toilets.
Yeah. Of all the places in the world.
Oh.
The royals in the castle very much enjoyed taking their friends and dining here. There was a wonderful restaurant and the princess loved it here. So it would stand to reason the German forces used this restaurant as well, and that's what they did from what we're told. But looking around, I can't help but wonder what else could have been done here, and why would the Russians blow it up of all places? So maybe there is something else to this place.
Ah, gorgeous pillar that's just hiding back there.
Nice cross.
Yeah. What's interesting about that, those steel beams sticking out from that. It looks like a chimney there. Don't know why you would have reinforcement bars on a chimney. Oh, what a gorgeous old castle. Absolutely beautiful. And nice arches and everything. That I like. What's left of it. And you had the old firing ports for archers back in the day. And the Russians blew it up because they thought the werewolves were hiding in here. Oh.
This was destroyed.
They could have waited it out. That's interesting. Another firing, a little archery port. And that's for archery because it's so tall, right?
And there's a toilet.
As a toilet.
There's a pipe.
I thought that was a fighting
It's
position.
possible
Yeah.
to conduct fire.
I mean, trust me, if people they bother me when I'm in the bathroom, I want to conduct fire too.
You are not so far to fire. You can stay on your post.
I will shit fighting, or fight shitting. It's gorgeous.
Sabia Mountains. Oh! Second restroom.
Yeah, because you would literally shit out over the wall, right?
Yes.
Yep. Yep, you would literally crap over the side of the wall. Oh, the good old days.
But this was a good way for special forces at that time.
Yeah.
To assess castle. Oh. Take over.
I mean,
kill commander, kill fighters.
I mean, Himmler, he did like castles. And a total archery position. Love it, love it.
Entrance to the cellars.
Well, there was a basement. Of course there was a basement. There's always a basement.
It's dug, but it's possible to open.
Well. So this is one of the towers.
Looks like this. Big tower and smaller one on the side.
Well, at least we have pictures of this when it existed. That'll be nice to compare with. Our castle is all the way up there. Oh, right up there. She was a duchess, right? The lady of the castle. She was a duchess.
Duchess?
Was she a duchess? A princess? She was a princess. I can understand why she would love to sit here and watch this view. I understand that. I wonder what the Germans used this place for during the war. Oh.
Normalnym, oryginalnym National Geographic głównym, tak? Jak, o czym film jest dokładnie?
Fajne miejsce. Naprawdę ciekawe. Tylko żeby nie łazić. Ktoś spadł kiedyś, spadło i ratowali.
To jest tak wysoko wszędzie.
This is a gorgeous door.
Stars are concrete metal.
I noticed. Why is there a World War II era gate in the...
Where is area of construction? This is a question.
So, but here's an entrance, and up here is the old castle. The old castle is up there. There are some very strange grooves in the nature there that are parallel. And then you have this, which we know is World War II. Okay, well, let's follow. Yeah.
Nazi gate.
But this is not even, I mean, the construction site is on the other side of the river. There's no construction site here.
Second.
A second construction site.
Couple complexes here.
They're not on the map. They're not on the official tour. Well, that's just interesting. There's just so many things around the castle here that doesn't make sense or doesn't match into any of the official stories that we've been told. And there's some very interesting things that they found just looking satellite image. It's just things that stands out of that shouldn't exist. And remember what I've always told you in all my shows. In nature, there are no parallel lines, and there's not a whole lot of vertical lines either.
We should go.
All right. I'll follow you.
I think so is on this field. See a grass field?
I have always been attracted to clearings in the middle of dense woods because they're not really supposed to be there, or because there's something underneath them.
40 meters.
This ground is not flat. This feels like it's been moved.
The first one will be...
I mean, this whole ground has been disturbed. And those two trees are younger than 70 years. So all the trees here has once been removed. This is not flat forest. Grooves. This is the weirdest, and strangest nature I've been in. This is not how forest full looks. Holy crap.
Is this line?
This is the middle of in what looks like an F ruin. This is
was a reason they made it.
This was dug. This is not natural. And here's the intersection. Well, here you can really see them because there's no grass. You can see the whole.
According to the map.
Yeah. And here's right here.
Sharp angle.
And sharp angle. And there's absolutely no way of this being an irrigation tunnel because we're on top of a hill. There's nowhere water would come from here.
Does it stop?
And then it stops. Stops here. I have no idea what the application this would be for.
There's an enormous amount of these grooves all over this area, but Alex is working on solving this puzzle, and he'll share with us what he finds. But if any of you have a clue or an idea, do let us know.
This is the strangest thing. I mean, if this had been anywhere else.
Here the next one, but not visible on LIDAR. See? This was this. This line is this line. And this is not visible, it's going here.
Yeah. It's not there. So this was literally, I mean, if this was anywhere else, I could see, yeah, okay, maybe somebody dug an irrigation tunnel, but there's no water here. There's nothing here, and it doesn't start anywhere. Then it would have to spring from here, and it doesn't. And this tree is probably just about that vintage. And here's could have been another line. This looks like a.
And second later is over there. You see grass.
Yeah. And there's look at this from here. You can see the groove running to it.
It's connected.
But it all starts here. This is are we in a round intersection? That tree's been here forever. That one, all the other ones maybe not so much, but that one has been here. All the other trees are fairly young. I mean, by that standard, I mean 80 years. Rocks, square rocks. I really don't know what to make of this. And one of the things you have to remember, we walked through the gates. For some reason, we are on the opposite side of the castle, inside a secure area, where these strange grooves in nature springs out from. No, do we know anything about the construction that took place here? There was something going on here. Were the camps, labor camps, anything? That's another way of saying you don't know. I mean, these rocks didn't put themselves here on their own.
Maybe it was moved on the side.
And this just keeps running. Okay, the thing we should do, go to the road and follow the road from the gate. Because whatever they were doing to the side, we have all these strange grooves, but we need to see where the road goes. And there's another intersection, another set of ruins, and they look like ruins. If you were a farmer, you would say this is an irrigation place, and everywhere there's grass is crisscrossed by these grooves. And this whole woods looked young.
Yes.
Most of these trees are young, so this could have been seen from the sky. Although now I kind of feel I'm grasping a little bit.
In this place, these places are no old trees.
No. And here's another one. But this whole terrain is flat. There's absolutely nowhere water would come from. This is not an irrigation tunnel or canal. The interesting thing about this tree, as you just pointed out, the roots go flat out to the side. And a lot of the bunkers I've seen that has like Wolfslayer and others where you put trees on the roofs, this is the type of tree you put there because the roots can't go down into the cement they're standing on, so they grow out to the side. That's why they're ideal for that. I'm just pointing out that that's the kind of trees we have here, meaning we don't really know what's underground here, that the trees, in case they were planted, would be ideal for. Well, there's a hole in the wall, and none of us brought lights because someone didn't say we were going to find a tunnel in the middle of nowhere. Thank you. Well done.
It's good to take light.
Oh shit. Well, okay. I think before World War II. This doesn't look like World War II. Yeah. It's no, what is it? It could be. Holy fuck with mosquitoes. I fucking hate mosquitoes. Peace off.
You can approve. It's small.
A wine cellar.
Yes, typical cellar.
People have probably been digging in here.
They're looking for gold.
Oh yeah. But yeah, this is old. Interesting. But yeah, this is old. Interesting. It could even have been
very beautiful 100 years ago.
You know what? This could have been the back of this. There could have been a building here.
Maybe.
I mean, look at all this. All this could have been a building, and then this could just have been built into the cellar. It's like the ladder.
There is a cellar.
Yeah.
In the mountain.
Yeah, because like a corner. You look at the tile. Look at this. Floor tile. That didn't come from in there. More glazed tile. Yeah, there used to be a fairly big building here, I think. Some more of the back wall. Could have been stables. Could have, well, not with that
Here,
floor.
The second one, not secured.
Yeah.
Like this. So it's possible.
And here's another foundation wall. Oh, this is interesting stuff.
That is far from other people, from other buildings.
But enough red brick and rubble around here.
If owner died, nobody was living here after him.
No.
Forgotten place.
There's a lot of those. Yeah.
Oxide.
Yep, this is dirty water.
This water from mine or underground tunnel have iron.
Why is there iron in the underground?
This is iron. Iron.
Yes, it is.
Oxide. Iron dioxide.
It's funny running down parallel in the opposite direction with the river.
It's part of the system.
I mean, look at the water on the brook. It's full of iron. There's the water in there.
Water is coming from here. This is not contaminated but iron.
No, it's not. This is clear.
So the source of that water is different.
Yeah. And you see it over on the other bank of the river. It's just full of metals. So the castle is, well, ahead of us up to the right.
This concrete pipe has possible emergency escape from underground system. That's right. It's possible.
It's possible.
I'm not sure, is it?
No, no.
But it's possible. Look on that side, you see? Official version is that this is water contact. It is a little bit strange, you know?
Yeah.
Regularly, doors should be vertical, not on the side, not angled. Oh,
What the hell is this thing?
Black cat.
Hey, Katie. I mean,
You have your light?
it's in my backpack we left in the car.
And mine is not in the car.
Of course. But this is, come look at this. This is the tar you put on roofing
Yes.
from World War II.
To secure this.
Yeah, this is water my ass.
A lot of trash.
Yeah, but there's no water.
But
This
it
is a-
looks like round. The wall is rounded.
This is not a bunker.
But that place is finished. Oh, this is regular.
This is
entrance.
a raid shelter, if anything.
But it's another level, second level. Is it first level? Second level? This was stolen.
Yeah.
Flap. Probably made in Vandenberg.
Then you have bricks, and then you have stone beneath that. And a square.
Composite together.
Yeah,
Bricks
it's-
and concrete.
It was, yeah, here you got a round well. Well, it could be a round well. It's just interesting that right there in this parking lot is the concentration camp.
Yes, this is the random concentration camp.
It's right on that parking lot. This is just, this looks very wartime. It's a little thin though. This little thing. I mean, it could be a water reservoir, I suppose, but why are there two holes on it?
We can
and
go
a door?
around.
I'm curious.
But hidden.
This is just a strange hybrid of construction. Let's see what the camp foundation looks like. This way. There's just nothing straightforward about anything here, is there? Nothing is just the way it seems. You go to a fighting position, it's a fighting position.
Yes.
This is where the cannon went. This is where the machine gun went. That's easy. This is always...
And you do it.
Yeah. This is just more and more questions. Every time you find an answer, there's another question.
Back up on the top side where the castle is, we first pass the mausoleum walking away from it. That comes with its own particular theories that we'll get back to at a later date. But I wanted to see the site of the labor camp that is placed about 1 kilometer away from the castle. It should just be a parking lot. However,
Wood is very old, and I don't want to go.
So this is a whole room. So there's a whole building here.
Old building with stone entrance.
And that's not new.
This look like for a car, maybe garage.
It does actually look like garage.
I will check.
So it's the security, cameras. This is an empty parking space.
Yes.
Why?
What is the reason?
I mean, I don't know what this is, if it has any relation to the camp, but this is modern shed, modern cameras, just to watch a space. There's no memorial, there's no museum, there's maybe some stone from the foundations. This is the strangest thing. This doesn't make sense. There's no reason whatsoever to be here. There's not private property. It's not like there's a house in here.
The best way is to go to check.
We can knock on the door. There's a guy sitting in that little hole in there watching us come up here. We can start by asking him. So maybe it's the top of the house. Well, I'm assuming there's somebody in there.
This is on the level, terrain level.
All wood.
All wood.
What is it? Come on back here.
What is this?
So, budynek to był.
Ask him what the hell this is.
Już.
Dzień dobry, gonią? Co się stało?
Nie ma, co to za buszowanie buzi?
Ale my zwiedzamy.
Nie ma zwiedzania, proszę to opuścić.
Okej, dobra.
Nie ma buszowania
Nie, no
po
nie było
dziurze.
nic napisane, że nie można, nie?
What about up the stairs here?
Nie ma powinno być, tu nie ma łażenia po dziurze.
Dobra, spoko, idziemy. So, he saw us.
I know, I told you that. But what is this?
This looks like garage. And this is oven, big oven inside. Like for central heating. This dimension. Big. It's not small.
But what the hell? And I mean, I guess we can't go up the stairs. Can we go up the stairs?
Yes. This was that guy from party.
It was?
And you see?
Seems like you have lost a lot of humor now. Okay, so
concrete.
That's kind of what we were looking for. So what is this oven heating? Modern or old?
Heating?
Yeah. What did you find?
I had no light.
Oh.
It was, but was in the shadow. But big.
Okay, so this is the foundation of the old camp. And there's a staircase up, so this could be this would be a building foundation. There's another foundation up here. Yeah. No, that's a road. So that's the road is.
On a plate, yellow plate.
I guess he didn't tell you what was in there. I mean, this is such a public place. What do you put in the place of an old concentration camp? What building could possibly be here that's a secret or important?
This is a bad idea to avoid something here. This is place of memory.
That's what I mean. But it's not a memorial. Nothing is straightforward here, is it? All right, outstanding. Yeah, Alfürstenstein. So this is the only memorial the labor camp gets. A little thing on this. Do you know what this is? Do you know what this foundation is? It's the foundation stone for an old power pole. You used to have power here, and then you have a bigger pole. It's a foundation stone.
This is old.
Yeah. So, and then in there you have the actual camp. Or what's left of it, or what's underground. I've never seen a completely broken down, obscure place being guarded like this. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. There's a hole, sand. So I guess water pool. And a low-tech, high-security area. We'll go with that. Low tech, high security. I know. Well, this is a great way to hide all features in the ground. Speaking of, why are there no grass here? Like this hole with the square with no soil.
Excavation, probably.
Yeah.
Somebody use a metal detector and dig.
Yeah. No, not radioactive. This is probably a good thing. All right. That was interesting. Almost a curve to it. This is not local stone, is it?
It's from Strigo. Grossrosen as well.
Yeah. They would, whatever they would.
It's a quarry, big quarry of granite.
I mean, whatever they would dig up out of the tunnels, they would use for construction. I get that. So, besides looking at this stunningly beautiful view, there's one thing that kind of stands out that's been going on here for a long time. I see high voltage, I see electricity, I see chimneys, power plants, industry. And if you're going to deal with secret projects, you need a lot of electricity. And everywhere throughout the Riese area, there's just an enormous amount of electric poles still today. Granted, that one is new, but I'm betting 80 years ago, there was an old electric pole.
Next, we're going to take a look at the underground under the factory and labor camp, whereas there's a tunnel system that is also part of the Riese complex, but I couldn't find it last time. Now, however, I know where it is.
I hope you enjoy history and military history as much as I love bringing it to you. And if you want to see more of the photos and documents I've used for these episodes, documentation, so on, you can go to lostbattlefields.com. And if you feel like helping me out traveling around the world to some of these far-flung locations like Van Allen Brown's first test stand behind me, or Deepna's nuclear reactor down there, or the Maginot Line over there, you can donate on PayPal, protection@serviceint.com. It'll be right here, and it is also on lostbattlefields.com. You absolutely don't have to, but I appreciate any help, and I love all you guys for all the support you've shown me, because history is important. We all know that, and I'm going to bring it to you.
All right. Up now for the next two videos is my lunch break. Go ahead and check out his YouTube channel. It's a really good channel. So for the first video, Shiva's Construction, Hidden Tartaria, episode 31. And then the second one is Egypt, Illinois, Dark to Light. And here we go.
To be specific about the main temple. This is located in Odisha, India. What I want to share about it has to do with the construction. Structures that were supposedly built in the 1900s, we struggle to find the individuals that constructed them. But when it comes to the year 1250, about 773 years ago, they know exactly who did it. They got their birth certificates ready to roll, photo ID, they got their social security cards and their DNA sample. Of course I'm exaggerating, but seriously, they got it down. They know exactly who did it. They say this was sponsored by the king, so he paid for it. And the construction was overseen by Shiva. So next time they try and get away with not telling us who constructed an 1800s or a 1900s building, we can refer right back to this as proof that they can provide a builder, and they had plenty of resources to do so 600 years later. Who knows how old this place really is? It could be 5,000 years old, and I wouldn't be shocked at all. Welcome to episode 31 of my lunch break. I hope you're all having a great day, and if you're new, welcome. And I want to thank all of our sponsors over on Patreon. Thank you to flatearthdave.com. You can check out his app. I'll put the link in the description, and you can use my referral code, MLB. The app is awesome. It shows a lot of videos that are really hard to find. They've got them all in great playlists. He also has my lunch break on the homeschool section of the app, which is really cool. Thank you for that. Thank you to Maddie Kevs, Rebecca K, Michael Hastings, Jason Brunson, Don Gaston, and Victor Perez. You guys are all awesome and helping this channel out a lot. And for $19.99 a month, you can also be a sponsor of this channel. I'll put that link right in the description below. Thank you. In present day, this seems like it's your local adult playground. Everyone's just climbing around on it. We have wheels that seem to be melted onto the side of this thing. The detail is unbelievable, all around the place. For this to be constructed 773 years ago, it proves that construction wasn't just trash, and now it's just incredible. Now, let's make sure that's very clear. We have not evolved in terms of construction. A previous civilization with incredible technology was here. A worldwide civilization that left their buildings behind. What are these sections of modern-day brick covering up? They don't fit in. They're all over the place. You can easily see the difference between the old world and our world. Here we have more climbers. The stairs are right next to this man. Not in the mood for the stairs that day, I guess. Now, if we go a little more to our right, we're gonna see 5 more wheels. And this is just your standard construction work, especially in the year 1250. They really enjoyed making fake wheels on the side of buildings. What are we talking about? Who are we kidding? This is not a random wheel that they chiseled into the side of the building. This, in my opinion, was an actual wheel that has been petrified into a rock. The entire structure here may have been the same material. Once petrified, it looks like this. And this thing right over here can serve as proof. This was not one huge piece of stone that was carried here in 1250. This was carved and turned into this material. There's plenty of proof of this. Many times people have opened these things up and they find that it's wood. Now, I'm not ruling out that this is stone and that these people had the technology to somehow bring this huge piece of stone here and then carve it perfectly and it stays here forever until the end of time, which is the opposite of the way we build anything 773 years later. But after everything I have researched, I would side with the petrified wood as the answer for this, especially because there are wheels right next to it. And wheels are normally not stone or brick. That wouldn't be the #1 choice of material when you're this technologically advanced. If we go around the corner, you're gonna see that there are even more wheels. They go all around this thing. And check these things out. They were clearly placed on that spot. They even have a pin through that spot to hold them there, meaning they were able to come off at one point. If you zoom in on this place, it's just unbelievable. The amount of detail that is in it is just mind-blowing. It goes all the way around this thing. There's no chance that this was stone when it was constructed, if you believe the mainstream narrative. Chiseling stone like this in the year 1250, it's impossible if you believe the mainstream narrative, that we evolve and advance. Or else we would easily be able to do this almost 800 years later. They had it figured out and had it down. It was no problem at all. All they needed was a king to sponsor it. And any one of the 1,250 people would get the job done. Here we turn the corner and it looks like we've caught someone doing something they shouldn't. Up to no good. Let's go a little further. And more wheels, of course. A bunch of people that have no idea what they're on top of. Just climbing away, having a big party and celebrating something. Now, are we sure we're told the truth about our history? Are we 100% sure? Of course not. In fact, I'm 100% sure it's all nonsense. What is happening here in Mesa Verde National Park, Colorado? This is just an average mountain that for some reason has things that look exactly like houses and buildings with windows in them and has stairs all over the place, which is totally normal. Oh, no, it's not normal? No, it's not normal. These are clearly structures with windows and stairs. Who was living there? And where did these people go? And which construction company did these people use? Who was the architect? We can be given the names of the construction leader for a 1250 story, but not this? Of course not this. Because it's in Colorado and not India. If we were given a construction worker's name for this one, the entire narrative would be tossed in the trash, right where it belongs at this point. So instead, it's just a mountain, and we don't like to talk about it, okay? Now the mainstream says these are ancestral pueblos. I'm not trying to offend anyone, I'm just sharing my opinion. These are not pueblos, in my personal opinion. You can believe it if you'd like to. But these are from a past civilization and were most likely way bigger than this. I would not be shocked at all if they were destroyed on purpose. Would you? And we have more mountain climbers. Oh, those are built in North America? Yeah, so those are built by the ancestors. Not working anymore. You can't give us answers in India and then act like you don't know anything in North America. It doesn't work like that. So I've been having a lot of fun looking at some ancient stuff today, but let's go over to something that is actually here today and still in operation. The Alcazar Hotel, located in St. Augustine, Florida. This was constructed in 1887, they tell us. Now, this is located in St. Johns County, and if we take a look at the population for the entire county in 1887, not just St. Augustine, the population for the whole county was only 8,000 people. Why in the world did they need a hotel like this? This place was, and still is, massive. Home to a 3-story ballroom and the world's largest indoor swimming pool. What in the world is going on here? This is now a museum and added to the National Register of Historic Places. The problem with all this is that it's constructed like 40 feet away from Flagler College. And Flagler College looks the exact same. And as I promised in the past, here we have yet another college that seems to have found and repurposed old world buildings. Right next to all of this, there is the Memorial Presbyterian Church. And this church has Italian marble floors. The dome was supposedly brought over from Italy. Now they say that all of this, the entire area, every building, every church, was constructed by one guy. His name was Henry Flagler, and he dished out the cash and got all of these constructed, no problem at all. In the 1800s, of course. This took 50 years to build, which seems normal. Wait, no. What is this? This took 5 years to build? Are you kidding me? In 1825? This just got thrown together in 5 years. 200 years ago, I guess that was just simple construction. Just chiseling away at that Italian marble. No need to mention any construction company or master builders for this one. Because anyone could do it in 1825. This was simple stuff back then. Easy. But in the year 1250, we were given Shiva and all of his personal records. They knew all about that construction process, of course. Does that make sense? No, that does not make sense. That they would know all about the 1250 story, but no information on a construction company in 1825. And have you seen this basilica? Built 1,000 years earlier, in the year 825. Still standing strong today. St. Mark's Basilica, constructed in 7 years. We will be getting into that one in the next episode. Don't forget that there are a bunch of brand new t-shirts. You can find that right below this video. Every purchase really helps support the channel and goes towards more boots on the ground work. Liking this video and commenting helps to share this video with new people, as well as when you subscribe to the channel. I couldn't be more thankful for all the support you guys give. Our Twitter account is up and running, and we are over on Rumble as well. Both of those links will be in the description below. If you have anything to add, or any thoughts on the video, or have any ideas for future videos, just put that in the comments below. Thank you all for your support, and I hope you all have a great day. I will be back very soon with much more. See ya.
Don't trust what you see. Don't listen to your senses. Trust what you are told.
Have any of us heard of the Egyptian theaters? If you haven't, get ready to have your mind blown. Today I take a trip to visit one of the final, supposedly haunted Egyptian theaters left in the world. Welcome to episode 32 of my lunch break. I hope you're all having a great day, and if you're new, welcome. And I want to thank all of our sponsors over on Patreon. Thank you to flatearthdave.com. You can check out his app. I'll put the link in the description, and you can use my referral code, MLB. The app is awesome. It shows a lot of videos that are really hard to find. They've got them all in great playlists. He also has my lunch break on the homeschool section of the app, which is really cool. Thank you for that. Thank you to Maddie Kevs, Rebecca K, Michael Hastings, Jason Brunson, Don Gaston, and Victor Perez. You guys are all awesome and helping this channel out a lot. And for $19.99 a month, you can also be a sponsor of this channel. I'll put that link right in the description below. Thank you. Here we are in DeKalb, Illinois. Before we get to Egypt, Illinois, I want to show you a few things around the area, because this is all clearly very old and a lot going on here. And in my opinion, these buildings are much older than we are told and not built by us. We have walls that are redone, filling in windows and making new ones. The entire main road is filled with buildings that don't belong to us, including this one, where they admit that they found it right on the front of it. They make sure to tell you. Now we begin to walk towards the main attraction and see this. All of these buildings go underground. This road was put here after the buildings. These are not basements. They are filled up. And we have proof of this right here. There's a front door underground. And I'm sure that every single one of these buildings are the same and have a door that doesn't open and leads to dirt in the so-called basement. We have more boarded up windows. They used to be windows, but our civilization doesn't know how to repair them. So we just board them up. And here we are at one of only 5 Egyptian theaters left in the world. Again, they say this is extremely haunted. We have talked about haunted buildings in the past episodes. And for anyone new here, I'm not saying there isn't such thing as paranormal activity. But I do think that when the narrative begins to say that these specific buildings that we're researching have hauntings, I think it's planned and scripted to keep people away and so that people don't go investigate. And that's why we're going to do the complete opposite and investigate. I'm here to see what's going on. The Egyptian-style theaters are based on the traditional and historic design elements of ancient Egypt, so they say. Before we go any further, I want to make it clear that my opinion of this place is that it is not built in just 1 year in 1928. This wouldn't be built in 1 year today, 100 years later. And that's just the tip of the evidence. They give us an architect. But remember, architects are not builders. They are not construction companies. They draw on paper in the 1920s. They do not construct buildings in 1 year. Who was the construction company? How many men did they need to construct this place? If we are not asking these questions, we will never find the answers. So let's do a quick recap. A 1,430-seat auditorium built in 1 year in 1928. And after nearly 100 years, it is still the town's largest auditorium. No construction company named, and it's haunted. Let's continue. So who is this incredible architect, Elmer F. Burns? He must have an incredible resume and tons of great accomplishments, constructing huge auditoriums in 1 year in 1928. Oh, there's nothing? All right, let's dig a little deeper on this guy. Okay, here we go. He worked for Rapp and Rapp, another sketchy name for an architect firm, but nothing compares to the Samuel Hannafords and Sons, though. Now, for this research, and in my opinion, of course, and possibly a few of yours as well, is that our timeline is totally off, and something strange happened in the 1800s. Were we possibly reset and information was just thrown at us out of nowhere? The USA was created in the stock market, tons of major sports, and then Australia as well. It's like the past civilization was just kicked out and all technology was repeated and given to us again. And that was just a quick recap of episode 10, but it's important because we have this addition to the story. In 1922, they discovered an ancient Egyptian tomb to get everyone all excited and focused over on Egypt. Of course they did. All by accident, of course. No, nothing is by accident. There's no coincidences. This is a distraction. And I'm not going to say that Egypt isn't incredible, but the old world is not just Egypt. It's everywhere. It's in nearly every town in the world. Now back to this building that we are looking at today. Is this a coincidence? Early in the 20th century, it's estimated that up to 100 of these theaters were constructed, and in my opinion, founded. But only 5 remain today. They're all gone, of course. Destroyed and axed from existence. The display on the front is not original at all. The wall is what I'm interested in here. How old is this? And this is not the only Egyptian building in the Chicagoland area, and we all know this from past episodes. The Hotel Intercontinental on the Magnificent Mile, located in downtown Chicago. So again, I'll ask, is this a coincidence? No, it's not, in my opinion. These buildings are from the past civilization, and they would give us a fake construction company and tell us how much money this place costed them. In a hidden article from the 1920s, exactly what we're looking for? $300,000, or $5.3 million in 2023. The DeKalb Theater Company. Are you kidding me? They have a company named the DeKalb Theater Company? How many theaters did this company build? This is the only building they ever built? A fake company to explain away one theater in DeKalb? The DeKalb Theater Company. Unbelievable. And here we have something even more shocking. Remember when we said that this building was constructed from 1928 to 1929? It couldn't have been wrong and actually built in a shorter amount of time, could it? Of course it can. Construction didn't start until the spring of 1929 and completed right up in December the same year. 100 years ago, this was simple, especially for the DeKalb Theater Company, who had never built a theater before and never did again after that. I'll tell you what, I'd love to hire that 1929 DeKalb Theater Company today in 2023, building theaters in 7 months with ease and perfection. Because it had to be finished right up before the 1929 Great Depression, of course. And was it $300,000 or $250,000? They can't seem to figure out the details of this place, but they can tell us all about the construction of the Konark Sun Temple from 773 years ago, and all of the details are perfect about that one, of course. It's just unbelievable. Amazing what a little research can expose. Oh yeah, and only 8,500 people lived in DeKalb in 1929, but they needed a $5.3 million theater that held 1,600 people, right in the middle of the Great Depression. Does any of this make any sense? In my opinion, none of it makes sense. It's insane. When there is one hole in the story, it makes me wonder. But when you give me multiple holes in the story, I don't trust any of it. And there are many holes in this story. This building is from the old world, found and repurposed, explained away with a fake construction company. And here it is today. Over the top of the trees, I saw a castle building of some sort. So I had to go check it out while I was over there. And here we have the first Lutheran church in DeKalb. And DeKalb, of course, needed a church castle in 1858. Because what would they do without it? Which construction company did they use for this one? The DeKalb First Lutheran Church Construction Company? How many massive churches did DeKalb need in 1858? Would anyone like to take a guess how many people lived in DeKalb in 1858? It's 557 people. So these 557 people needed these churches. Who built this place? Surely not all 557 people were adults. Why did 557 people need 2 massive churches? And how did they build castle churches that stand the test of time today? This is unbelievable. This was found and repurposed into a church. This entire block is filled with buildings that don't belong. They're incredibly strange, and the town has no idea what to do with them. In 20 years, I wouldn't be shocked if there are even more windows filled in with brick. Because this civilization is completely lost and doesn't know how to replace them correctly. Now, as I promised, we're going to get into the St. Mark's Basilica, located in Venice, Italy, constructed in 7 short years, in 1829 to 1836. They took a little longer than expected. Normally, people in the 800s were knocking these type of structures out in around 4 to 5 years. But due to the lack of horses and carriages during this time period, it was extended to 7 years. What the heck are we talking about? 7 years? In 800? Would we be able to build this today in 50 years? 100 years? At all? This is unbelievable. 7 years? Come on. So we are told that starting in the 1800s, all of this new technology is coming to life. Planes, trains, cars, phones, TVs, and on and on and on. But we're supposed to believe that construction was always incredible. In fact, it was more efficient, and the 800s buildings last forever, which is the complete opposite of the construction today. I'm not buying it. It's much more believable that there was a previous civilization, and their buildings are still here, and these insane stories are fake. It's simple to write something on a piece of paper. It's not simple to construct the St. Mark's Basilica in 7 years, in a time period where people were supposedly running away from Vikings and swinging swords around. This basilica has over 500 columns and covers over 85,000 square feet. This is very simple construction in the 800s, of course. Should we begin to blow people's minds? Should we begin to absolutely destroy the narrative? Why not? Here we go. The St. Mark's Basilica was first built as a permanent church in the year of 832, so they say, only to be burnt down by fire in the year 976 as part of a rebellion. What do you know? Another fire story, but that isn't even the best part. Although the church was rebuilt in 978, 2 years later, just had to throw that fire story in there. Another nod to the hidden group that this is an old world building, rebuilt in 2 years, because it was just a quick fix in the year 978. At which point do we stop believing the nonsense? How many times does someone need to hear the fire story? Who really believes that this was constructed by the people of 832 and rebuilt again in 2 years by the people of 978? So of course this was built hundreds of years ago, but by who is what we're asking. Who was here that had this much technology? The people that built this were not primitive. They were extremely advanced. Their technology was beyond our imagination. This technology was taken from us, in my opinion. The best stuff kept by the hidden group. The things that can be used to control us, they're slowly released to the public and sold to fill their pockets. The first cell phone, the first car, the first plane did not come out in the last 300 years. And this is becoming very clear. The mainstream narrative is moving further and further away from the truth each day. Burnt down and rebuilt in 2 years, over 1,000 years ago. Give me a break. In our next episode, we are going to be going over to California and checking out Pasadena. I have a few places in mind that we're going to check out, and I can't wait to share. Don't forget that there are a bunch of brand new t-shirts. You can find that right below this video. Every purchase really helps support the channel and goes towards more boots on the ground work. Liking this video and commenting helps to share this video with new people, as well as when you subscribe to the channel. I couldn't be more thankful for all the support you guys give. Our Twitter account is up and running, and we are over on Rumble as well. Both of those links will be in the description below. If you have anything to add, or any thoughts on the video, or have any ideas for future videos, just put that in the comments below. Thank you all for your support, and I hope you all have a great day. I will be back very soon with much more. See ya.
Don't trust what you see. Don't listen to your senses. Trust what you are told.
All right. So, doesn't sound like there's an outage in my area. I don't understand why I've been dropping frames like crazy. Trying to figure it out. And anyway, it seems like it's okay now. So, I'm gonna go ahead and play the next video. Hopefully my internet will hold out. If it keeps dropping, I might end the live stream and just add on and record the rest of it, because I don't like how this is dropping. I could try. Alright. You know what? We'll go ahead. I mean, I only have 2 more videos. So, alright. Up now is Radioactive Drew. Check out his channel. Getting there. Indian Point Nuclear power plant part 1. So here's what's gonna happen if it keeps dropping. I'm gonna end the live stream and I'll just record the rest of it and it'll be on YouTube later. So yeah. So here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and play the video, but if it has too many problems, I'm gonna end the live stream and I'll restart the video over and I'll go from there. So, alright, here we go. Radioactive Drew, getting there, Indian Point Nuclear Power Plant, Part 1. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that now. Alright, here we go.
For Bozeman right now because it's much colder in New York. Almost on the plane. Flight's canceled. Looks like I'm stuck here for 12 hours. I'm gonna make the best of this. It's very festive in here. It was cool. The TSA guy is actually has seen my videos before. That's Stone Arch place over here. Great beers, great service, really good food. There are some mice that show up at night, but that's okay. I'm from Montana, that doesn't really bother me. Just gotta entertain myself until 7 a.m. You pretty much do anything you want in here at this time of night, to a degree. I'm not going to test that, but it's interesting nonetheless. I just waiting to board now. My flight's in New York. Had to spend the night in the airport last night. Here, it sucked. I just slept on the couch. Got maybe like 2 hours of sleep. The deplane now. Too much snow. So there's no flights going in and out of LaGuardia. And so now our flight's delayed 2 hours. And who knows what time we'll get there, but hopefully we get there today. It's really cold in here.
LaGuardia, as for now, I was told that our next update will be at 9:30, and that's when I will update you guys concerning this flight. Thank you.
plane again for the second time. I'm sure it will get there.
Hi, hang on. You're not have to do video, are you?
No.
We began our initial descent into LaGuardia. Please ensure all your carrying items are properly stowed and fasten your seatbelt. Cockpit, your seat back and tray tables are in their upright and locked position in your aisle armrest. And we will inform you when a wheelchair is available to your itinerary on any mobile device and can receive flight status updates, boarding notifications.
I'm at number 3. So why is a travel video of going to New York to check out a nuclear power station relevant to a nuclear power station? I wanted to show this video to give it context, to show that something as innocuous as flying from Bozeman, Montana to New York will actually give you a greater total radiation dose than touring a nuclear facility. So what's going to happen with the release of these videos is that I'm releasing this one right now to kind of give it like a little context. And then the second one will be released next week. And that will be actually touring the Indian Point nuclear power facility. In that, we go to the turbine hall, we check out these massive turbines or turbines, however you want to call it, and then go into the RCA, which is the radiologically controlled area. We have to get suited up for that. And then we go into reactor containment, which was really cool. I have never been into a reactor like that and been able to see down into the reactor cavity, which was really cool. That's going to be the end of the part 2 video. Part 3 will focus on going to the spent fuel pool, going to the reactor control rooms. There are actually 2 of them there, which is kind of an interesting story that I do explain. And then checking out the spent fuel pad, where they now keep all the spent fuel that was used to power Indian Point for the 50, more like 60 years that it actually operated. So thanks for watching, really appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next one. Take it easy.
All right, for the last video, Cody B Pyrotechnics, this one new firework lasts 8 minutes, and this is the grand finale to finish her off firework video. Here we go.
This video. Believe it or not, I think there was a time when I lit off a 7-minute fountain. You'd have to fact check me on that. I said the longest fountain I had ever lit off was like 5 minutes, and that maybe there was a time when I lit off a 7-minute one. Well, I finally found one that is longer than both of those. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new 8-minute adventure. This is a firework fountain that lasts 8 minutes in total. And this is a fairly new firework I just picked up from Wisconsin Discount Fireworks. This one here is called Spring Fling, and it is a 2-minute, 500-gram fountain. Now, a lot of times with these fountains that last any longer than a minute, the effects slowly start to get worse because they have to make the fountain last a really long time. So they can't be doing all these crazy different effects that you guys have probably seen in some fountains with a shorter duration. So I wanted to do a little bit of investigating and cut open the top and see what we're working with here. All right, so cutting into the top of the Spring Fling fountain, which by the way was $34, but the thing lasts for more than 2 minutes. So check it out. There is nothing in the middle, but you've got fountains around this side and the other one. So this one I'm thinking is going to be pretty good, and it does have quite a bit of weight to it. All right, so now for the 8-minute adventure by Iron Man Fireworks. I've been dying to see what's inside this thing since I first got it. And by the way, this one I picked up at Star Fireworks in Fargo, North Dakota. All right, moment of truth. What's it going to look like? Holy crap. So you can definitely see how they are getting that 8-minute duration there when you take the top off. Look at all those individual little fountains. So each one of those little tubes you just saw is probably gonna last like 30 seconds. Pretty cool. Now, between the two of these items alone, we're gonna have over 10 minutes of fireworks. So be sure to make some popcorn, sit back and relax, because just like the fountains and other fireworks we're testing in this video, this is going to take a very long time. I'm going to include the video I made on long duration aerial fireworks. So those are the ones that go up in the air and break. So we'll be including that, as well as those two fountains or whatever I showed you in that last video that I lit off before. So the 5-minute one, this video, I don't even know how long it's going to be. It might even be an hour long with how long some of these fireworks last. So enjoy. All right, first we're going to take a look at the Spring Fling. This is a 2-minute fountain by Happy Family, and I got it right here at Discount Fireworks in Ripon, Wisconsin. That's loud. That's got to be one of the loudest whistles I've heard in a while. The video will never do it justice. All right, now let's take a look at the 8-minute adventure firework. This is a fountain by Iron Man brand that supposedly lasts 8 minutes in total. And this one is from Star Fireworks. I've never seen a firework that lasts 8 minutes, so I guess we'll see. The effects are probably not going to be all that great, but who knows, they could be. So I wonder, does this part count as part of the 8 minutes? There's no way. Yeah, that fuse is just slow burning. Okay, that's how they're getting the 8 minutes, I think. Man, that fuse is slow. This is actually one of my favorite effects. In fountains, anyway. That's cool. It's like red and green flying fish. Does anybody know what that effect was that just happened? I've been trying to figure that out for years. It's not crackle, but it's also not strobe. What is that? See, that's a white strobe right there. That's really nice. far. We're at 7 minutes. We're back to that cool flying fish thing. If you listen closely, you can hear the little wisps. I really wonder what they're gonna do for a finale on this one. With it being like 8 minutes, you know, how are we gonna distinguish what's the end? Seven and a half minutes so far. Ooh, that's cool. There that is again. So this has to be the finale tube, right? We're at 8 minutes. What's it gonna be? All right, some XL crackle for the finale, but that was a true 8-minute firework. Now let's take a look at a few other duration type fireworks. We've got 3-minute fountains, 5-minute fountains, and some really long-lasting aerial repeaters. 3-minute fountain. This one's supposed to last 3 minutes. Well, at least it's not false advertising. Now this is called 5-Minute Fountain by Boom and Bulldog Fireworks. Oh, that's cool. Try to get you an up close shot of this. It's like willows. Here we go again. That's a really cool effect. The problem is it's really bright, so to get it to stay in focus is kind of tough. It's a lot of the same effect though, but that's okay. I'm really just banking on that surprise ending. Well, this is kind of different. There should only be like 30 seconds left. We got a lot of bugs out here too. I know you can see them, sorry. Whoa, okay. All right, we'll walk out here. You can see I got the 3-minute cake right here, the 2-minute one there, and the 2 that last 1 minute over here. First one up is 1 Minute More by Magnus Fireworks. 48 shots. Whoa. Didn't think it was gonna have a mine. Whoa. This is a lot better than I thought it was going to be. Nice finale on there. All right, learned my lesson on this one. So on the 60+ second cake here, also by Magnus, we will record this in wide angle. This one's also 48 shots. There's a blue mine. Now you can actually see it. Look at that green. That's a nice green. Whoa. Those 3 shots at the end are definitely a lot bigger, more size. And here, walking back up here, we'll go to this one actually since it's not smoking. You can see those tubes are a little bit bigger than the ones right before it. So those would be your finale shots. All right, this one here is gonna be 2 minutes long. Where is the fuse on this thing? Let's see if we can find it. I am not seeing it anywhere. Is it over here? Oh, there it is. Hands are about to fall off. It's pretty cold out. There, that should work. All right, this should be a 2-minute cake. Ooh, smoke ring. Whoa, way over there. Look at that. So here's your angle. You know, I wish they would make one of these where instead of going straight like this, it's angled like that, but the whole time. One after another. Somebody do that. Look at this. Goes way over there. There you go again with the angle. These are bigger breaks. Oh yeah, there we go. I wish it would do that the whole time. And lastly, this one here advertises that it lasts 3 minutes. It's 77 shots in total, and it is the heaviest cake we have out here tonight. This is 3 Minute Panic, part of the After Dark series at Red Apple Fireworks. There we go. Red Apple never disappoints. This should be a good one. Nice red, white, and blue effects. The blue is tough to pick out, but it's there. So this is a red, white, and blue little segment here. Look at that one strobe. So far, this one's got the best effects. Whoa, look at this. That was loud. Red, white, and blue. This time with a red strobe, though. That's nice. Whoa, what is this? Those were like brocade rings. You guys see that, or am I crazy? Oh yeah, now we're talking. That was totally a brocade ring back there. Yeah, we are on track for 3 minutes. What the heck? Love the effects on this one. It's kind of an interesting crackle. Whoa. There's the red apple I know. Very nice. Like, let's actually take a look at this bore size here. Look at that. So yeah, there's your 500 grams, and they made it last 3 minutes. Pretty cool. Those are the duration cakes. We had 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and 1 minute on both of those. But we've got these 3 cakes here by Black Cat Fireworks. 2 minutes. On the phone. Look at that. Oh yeah! Nice. Is it actually gonna last 3 minutes in total? Let's find out. This is 69 shot, 3 minute time bomb. We're getting close to a minute. All right, I think we're right at a minute. Okay, guys, I'm terribly sorry about this, but I gotta sneeze. I'm trying to hold it in. Sorry, guys. Never done that before. That's the first time ever on video. That's how long this firework is lasting. Enough time for Cody B to sneeze. Never sneezed in a video, ever. It's the first time. Okay, we're right around 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This thing just doesn't quit, does it? Wow. I mean, good for the price point. Like, if you're paying a lot of money for these fireworks, you definitely want one like this you can sit back and enjoy. Unexpected. And the biggest breaks there at the end. And a shooting star. Look at it. Wow.
Get that window out of there. All right. So that will do it for tonight on this episode of the Matrix Breakers Unfiltered podcast. Episode, I believe we are on 27. Hold on. Back to my reference. Yeah, episode 27. Tune in next week for more episodes. Alright. Until then, I will catch you later.